Okay, let's see if all our systems are go. I think so. Greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp. Welcome. Most people call me Coin. Welcome to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Hopefully, we're doing well in health and in spirit, body, and mind. However you wish to see that sentence, feel free to do so. Before we begin, I want to just take a moment and thank Michael DS for their continuing ongoing Prime subscription. Please enjoy all the sweet benefits that come along with that, the emotes, and all that other fun business. I wish it gave you ad coverage, but it doesn't. And then I would also like to thank Rasby for their $10 donation this month. You two have your contributions, both Rasby and Michael DS, mean more than I really have the aptitude to express. So I really deeply appreciate it. Thank you. Let's just go ahead and toggle some things off. Let's see how much adjusting we got to do. I think that's correct. No. Oh no. We should be Yikes. I don't know if my math felt off. Yeah, that puts us at like missing 10. Yeah, this is 35 missing Koroks, not 25. Oof, I definitely should have kept going yesterday. I was just also hungry. We're gonna have to figure out where in the bloody hell those 10 Koroks are. They're probably in like the regions. The remaining of them have to be in in like the Hylian settlement areas, Necluda, Farron, and so on. That's gotta be where the rest of them are. That only makes sense. But that's not what we're here to do today. If we have the time, we'll go back and try to swipe the remaining 5 or 10. We'll figure out exactly how much is there. But today, we are going to gear up for Hyrule Castle. That's what we're here to do today. I'm pretty sure if I just adjust this like so. I think I got it. Hopefully we're doing well. Last time we began rounding up our collection of Koroks in earnest. There are a lot of them. There are 900 of these suckers. And I still can't believe we're 10, like Hyrule Castle is supposed to have like 25. So that tells me we're missing 10 somewhere. And I don't know what, those 10 could be anywhere. Why is it suddenly doing this? And this has been happening a lot with the capture card, where like it'll only capture part of the sound instead of all of it. I don't know why it does this, but it did. Anyway, today there's going to be a lot less stealth and a lot more action. So if you were wondering, oh gee, how are we going to handle this? There's going to be a lot more action today. However, we're going to play this smart. We're going to come in through the back because I think that's just smart. That's just a good thing to do. Let me not have that open. And let me instead toggle all of it. Because there are 25 of these bad boys, and we've got just so much to uncover. It's not funny. So, the back door. Let's talk about Hyrule Castle, because it really is quite the trip. If you guys are like, oh man, I'm so glad we don't have these extra like maps we gotta manipulate. Oh no. That our journey from that is far from over. Absolutely far from over. Hyrule Castle has its own interior map. It kind of looks like a Divine Beast schematic. like that kind of map. There's a lot to take in. Hyrule Castle has a dungeon, it has the interior, it has the courtyard, it has like the moat area, it has like the tower. There is a lot to take in for Hyrule Castle. There is so much to take in, but we're going to do that together. As far as options, we can scale the castle. We're going to take this path in through the waterfall back here. You can also, there are various waterfalls. We could Zora suit our way up through this, or what we did our first time was take the front end approach. Just go in guns blazing. And everyone was going to have a good time. There are lots of things to do in Hyrule Castle, and I intend to show you as many of them as I reasonably can. If you guys want to follow along, the interactive map will benefit you guys a lot more than it'll benefit me today. But for those of you on Twitch, if you type in !BOTWMAP, all lowercase, all one thing in the chat, you should get it. For you guys on YouTube, just use a star instead. Like, that's an asterisk / the key above your number 9 on the numpad key. Most keyboards have a numpad. Just find that star button and press it instead. And then the rest of the command is the same. All the YouTube commands pretty much use that star. So they're different between the two platforms. We are multi-streaming today on Twitch and on YouTube, so if you guys want to say hello, feel free. Will not force you. And while I don't recommend a cross-platform conversation, saying hi, I think, is just fine. Let me go ahead and put a pin like over that way, because things are about to get pretty darn gnarly. There are guardians everywhere. This is Guardian Central. Once we're like in, we're gonna switch to the ancient set, because that's gonna give us protection against the guardians. It really will. Let's see, case in point. There's a guardian right up there that we have to deal with. Oh, well, we might get a brief primer on this. Wow, that's ominous. Hyrule Castle. Oh, and yeah. Look. Hyrule Castle. So what we're trying to do, we can't actually like manipulate anything. See this little tunnel area in the back? We're gonna have to make use of our pointer today. Right there above the little arrowhead I have there. Yeah, we want to head in there. Not only do we get a shrine there, but there is also a Korok seed in a geographically similar location. Pretty sure this is just in a rock fall, or in the rocks or waterfall somewhere. Oh, is this headset already suffering damage? Think so. We're gonna just kind of you know, take our time and operate in stealth. See how easy that is? Oh, hello. The rest will not be so easy. Especially with the decaying guardians everywhere. This is another way we can get into the interior, and there are things to find in here if we do. But like I said, this is not where we're headed. And we definitely want more ancient arrows than what we have. 28 is not enough to deal with the guardians in this area. That said, you know, this is the area to go to if you're trying to farm guardian parts pretty consistently. You also have like the entirety of Hyrule Field that also works, but you're guaranteed to get like high level weapons and armor if not armor, high level weapons and like other gear. Hello, this precious scale fell from the red spirit Dinral. It emanates a great heat. You can use it in cooking, but eating it just seems like a waste. Let's not do that. And also there's climbing. Hey there, Bear Type. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit, in mind or in body. Hope you enjoy your stay. You're just in time. We are grabbing some of the last Koroks. Now, I did underestimate my math, and there are about 10 other Koroks we have not grabbed for whatever reason, but I imagine a lot of them will be in like the Eastern Necluda regions more than anything, if I just had to guess. But we might as well get the 25 that are here, right? Otherwise, today's episode, you know, assuming we are stuck here all day, is dedicated to the entirety of Hyrule Castle. There's even a memory we can pick up in here. Fantastic. And we will be... I already gave the preamble, but I'll do it again. Our game plan, you know, once we actually get into Hyrule Castle proper, stealth is not going to be of super big importance to us. It'll be useful in the interior, but out in the courtyard, nah, the pretense of stealth is not happening. We're not going to be able to do that. So, we will definitely be... Nice, we got some bomb arrows for our trouble. We will definitely be switching to the Ancient Guardian set to help ourselves. At least when dealing with the Guardians. Now, did I... Okay, we're in the battlement, and we need to go get out of here and go around. Are we doing all the Lynels here? Yes. We will be doing as many things in Hyrule Castle as we have time to do. The Lynels, the Hylian Shield, all of it. As much as we possibly can. I hope everybody got a good kick out of the thumbnail today. I believe we have found our port of entry back here. I hope everyone got a kick out of the thumbnail that could see it early. Or, you know, if you click on the stream, there it is. I worked quite hard on that. Yeah, we definitely are doing this. Is there only one shield in the game? Except the one you can buy in Terrytown? I don't think you can actually buy the Hylian Shield in Terrytown. Maybe you can. And the headset has done the... No, the sound's just being weird. Like the shield, I'm pretty sure there's only a single, okay, is that, get out of there. I'm pretty sure that's just a black Lizalfos. Might as well use this. If you can buy an extra copy of the Hylian shield, that would be great. I think I saw that you can in Terrytown on YouTube once. Well, I guess we get to find that out together, huh? But maybe it's fake IDK. I mean, that sounds correct, because I mean, the Hylian shield is not an unbreakable shield. It just has the highest durability in the game. Okay, I need to know. Yeah, that one is black. Okay. I think it's more likely that there are ways to repair it before it breaks more than anything. Yeah, I'm definitely not letting you... oh, hello. Yep, no, nope. Nice. Yeah, that's... I gotta be careful or I'm dead. Also, I don't think I've actually done any prep work. Let's eat some crab here. You put it in Link's house because you got some powerful shields, so you chose to hang it on the wall. That's fair. That's probably about the best place you want to be having, Link's shield anyway. But that's just me. So here we'll definitely be getting access to many crates. And the first time you break the crates and the barrels in Hyrule Castle, there are going to be lots of things we can grab. Afterwards, on subsequent trips, you definitely are not getting the... you definitely aren't getting the things like the ice arrows or bomb arrows again. You're going to be stuck with like regular generic spawns, but you might as well make good use of the item spawns that are here. Hello. Yeah, might as well make good use of the item spawns that are here. Also, hello, treasure chest. I didn't even see you there. Oh, there's like 2 of them. You've barely bought anything in the ancient shop, but you want the shrine armor? Oh, you want the ancient, you want the ancient set. The ones with the guardian resist on them. Yeah, they're not cheap to get, but they are definitely worth your while. There's gonna be a, your best bet is to quite literally go into Hyrule Field and kill the Guardians over and over again. And especially if you can, the Guardians in Tabantha or in Akala are more likely to drop cores, the flying ones. You want to kill as many of those as reasonably possible if you're trying to farm for that. It looks cool. You don't really need any of the powerful weapons now, so what you want are the armors. Fair. If there's any of the ancient weapons I recommend, though, it's an ancient bow. It's better than a wooden bow of basically any caliber by most respects. That fish just die? Yeah, I guess that fish must have taken a shock arrow and died. I mean, I won't say no to hearty salmon. Yes, so let me, today's going to be a bit more of a walkthrough episode where I will be chatting. We could talk about stuff as usual, but I am also giving the grand tour. So if it seems like I'm not all that responsive, that's why. If we take a look at this map, note that the internal area that we're now in is now lit up, which I think is really cool. I think it's really cool. It shows a great attention to detail. I like the high-tech map. I would love if pretty much every map in every game were like this, where there are models you can use to help pinpoint your position and things. Sometimes it doesn't make sense to have those kinds of maps, but I still think there are ways to easily or more readily be able to tell your position in other games. Metroid Prime is like a good example of having topographically related maps. Here's hoping that in Metroid Prime 4, the 3D maps get a bit better. Do you know the place that's like a prison where there's a bunch of enemies there in the castle? Yeah, it's the Hyrule Castle Prison. It's where you get the shield. It's where you get the Hylian shield. There's also a Hinox down there. And if I recall correctly, you also have to use Cryonis to prop up a lot of the prison gates. There are a lot of weapons and cages that I think you can get. Oh, yeah, like they're on display racks or whatever. Yeah, as far as that's concerned, you can just use I think you can use magnesis to get a lot of those. Let's go ahead. We probably don't need a ancient bow for that. This shrine is super important. It's the first thing. It's the first thing that we're doing for a reason, and that reason is that if we need to warp out, we don't have to fly into the exterior again. We could just warp here to the shrine, and then it's all good. Yeah, easy access because you need to walk a lot. Exactly, bear type. Because of how quiet the port area, like the internal areas are, I'm always mixing up whether or not the sound's working properly. I think I've either the audio jack or damage a pair of headphones only a month after I've bought them. Not good. Not made of money, so buying a new pair is going to be rough. I'm pretty sure there's a puzzle here. Also, this is one of 4 remaining base game shrines. I just want to put that in perspective. Even if I miscounted the Korok seeds, we at least have... This is one of 4, shrines left before we're done, and we only have the DLC shrines left. I'm pretty sure this is a major test of strength. Yes. So you really gotta earn your spot to warp here. You really gotta do that. Let's go ahead and swap. This is the last one. So you got 2 shrine quests. Yes, we got the 2 shrine quests. We have the one that Impa refuses to give to us, which may or may not be tied to like the main, like the memories quest or whatever. And then we have this one here that we're doing now. No, we definitely don't want that. Oh, do yourselves a favor and don't waste ancient arrows on these. They're very durable. Really? Yep. That I figured that would probably happen. All right. Yeah, because you're not going to auto-kill them anyway. So you might as well just fight regularly. You gonna do that, are you, good sir? All right. You gonna do the thing? Yeah, you're gonna do the thing. The ancient weapons are gonna come in real handy. Oh no, what do we want to dispense with? Probably a scimitar of the 7. We don't need it. Like I said before, there are only 2 clan weapons you guys should be getting. One of them is the Boulder Breaker. The Boulder Breaker doubles as a sledgehammer. It's more durable than the sledgehammer. And the other one is the Great Eagle Bow, because it's wooden and it's 3-shot by default. So it's a pretty decent 3-shot weapon if you run out of Lionel bows or something like that. Bear Type on YouTube asks, do Americans watch Eurovision? I'm sure some do, because now it's probably the weirdest thing ever. What do you mean? Do I personally watch Eurovision? No, but I'm also not much of a TV watcher in the first place. I'm way more of a, gamer. That's like my committed hobby. Sometimes I'll watch YouTube videos. Inventory's full, and it's for a really sucky flame blade. It's fine. I'll just pick it up and replace it. Yeah, I find that if I were in charge of like the cable bill in my house or whatever, I would definitely not pay for TV. I would be happy with just high-speed internet. Of course, that's not how cable packages work. You can't just do that. But if I could, I definitely would. It's not a regular singing show. Oh, so it's a musical? It's the weirdest piece of music you can ever make. I mean, that sounds like MTV. Music TV. That really old defunct TV station that still runs. It makes money somehow. MTV is just as weird as Euro TV. Promise. You really only watch streaming, Netflix and things? That's fair. That's a lot of what my sibling and my mom do, is they're all huge Netflix enjoyers. My dad and my stepmother are also like streaming service enjoyers. Not a whole bunch of TV. I'm like the odd one out. I'm like the only one that's really... I'm really not in any other space besides gaming and like not the infrequent YouTube video, or like YouTube videos that I generally watch when I'm trying to fall asleep. That's about the only other time I'm watching, something else. The only real time I suppose I watch TV is if I'm over at the client's house or at any of my clients and I happen to have TV access. Typically, what I do with a client's television is I'll watch the Weather Channel. I'll watch like local news to make sure that I'm up to date on the goings and comings on in the local area. Make sure that whatever pets I'm having to take care of are, weather prepared, like that they can handle the rough weather. That's typically what I spend my time doing. Okay. Now, we have the port. However, we're not going to go in through that way. We are going to go in through the back, or go out through the back, and we are going to go around the exterior and start collecting Korok seeds. That's my game plan. I just wanted to establish a warp before continuing. In case we need to skedaddle, we have the shrine. Ooh, is there a blood moon about to strike? No, it just naturally gets like that. just gotta kind of like, you know, keep the faith and keep our patience. So now, our first Korok seed that we're going to find is going to be... Let me, it would be nice if you could opt out of the map here, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be above the port. I think that's right, because our... Oh, hello. Oh, let me also use the ancient bow and not other stuff. Yeah, if you're thinking that you're gonna get a moment's peace in here, you're not. You're gonna be constantly on the lookout to make sure a guardian isn't going in your general direction. You're gonna be on the lookout for, okay, where can I duck in case the guardians are, you know, getting to be a little bit too prolific for my liking. That's what you're going to be doing. Oh, yep, let's go up here. So we're going to be relying a lot more on memory today. So the port is, the entrance to the port, the docks is down there. And on our map, there should be a waterfall nearby that we can kind of like use. Let me just make sure I've not missed anything in the chat. Yeah, I'm sure Eurovision is a fine piece of television or what have you. It's just not really my thing. Nice. We got another flying guardian. Okay, so let me figure out where in relation to this we actually are. One thing I wish this map would show that it doesn't show would be the waterfalls. I wish it would show that. Because if it did, you know, I'd be able to find my way around a little bit easier. So let's not do that. Also got to look out for the flying one that's up there. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, and the battlements also have a ton of goodies. Like, if there's any place you should be climbing everywhere in Hyrule Castle. That'll shut him up real good. Oh, and there will also be, like, Malice eyeballs we can find. The interior in particular is fairly difficult to navigate for this reason. We've got to go and find where this, where the waterfall is. We got to do that. See, not a moment's peace. Every waking moment is spent looking for a guardian. And as long as you have ancient arrows, a lot of the standing ones are easy enough. The flyers, and like the guard tower guardians are fairly easy. I'm pretty sure what they mean is this waterfall, and like the active map is not very accurate, which is unfortunate because I was kind of hoping that it would be a bit more accurate. That probably means I need to use the coordinate map today. Let's see. Just go ahead and do this and set up a few things. Unfortunately, it doesn't make it super easy for me to find. Yeah, so like the depiction as it occurs on the coordinate map means very little when you're actually here and you just kind of have to look around. Let's see. So if we look out over this way and probably climb up this rock. We're finding a lot of goodies. I wish we could find that many Korok seeds. I'm sure one of them is like at the top of the tree, like this like really tall one perhaps. Nope, not that one. Okay, just looking around for these for now. I'm gonna put the coordinate map in here and try not to fiddle too much with it. It could be an internal Korok seed now that I'm looking at it. So for now, let's actually try to go for the East Passage. Yeah, because there are like some walls I can use. So if I look back over this, if I use the map that way, there is one. It would basically be what, right at the top there, or right in the middle portion? I definitely feel like I should have started out front, but we're here now. There's a path into the interior if you wanted it. We get any arrows out of this? No, of course not. Oh, and also the map loves rotating on you. The map absolutely loves rotating on you. Like, no shot. It's like X12. I wish it wouldn't show like this. XYZ, that tells me that it's probably above the ground there, whereas this, probably not so much. Okay, I'm just gonna have to brute force this, it looks like. That's fine. Okay, so we do that. And it's definitely on, like, this second tier. Just make sure I've got it tilted right so I can kind of look. Okay, and now I can kind of... I have a good idea of where it is then. It's like up here. There will be a break in like the battlement. Yeah, it's up there. Okay. All right, let's move to the next one that I think I can spot on the outside. And that's going to be... See what I meant? You want to hop down before things get too gnarly. Okay, we want to go back to the lower tier for now. Kind of like run around. Just kind of, you know, stay on the outside. That's going to be a lot easier. Yep, so there's that. So if we're on that tier, the buttress there kind of meets up with the cliff face. And we have... kind of need to get back on that platform. I'm surprised that blew up the way it did. Okay, let's turn back this way. Yeah, so we need to, like, head up. Basically, we're almost kind of like just bypassing all these entrances here. Okay, let's get ready. Okay, let's tilt back. Okay, rock pile. Let's find out if it is... Let's check this. Oh, and yeah, all this malice hurts. You're definitely going to be doing a lot of, you know, walking through puddles you wish you hadn't. What were they shooting so randomly for? I would love to know if the guardian weapons actually make a guardian go haywire when they're being attacked. Okay, down here. Okay, so now we're a little bit... Oh, I think it's like down there on the lower level. That sounds a bit more correct. Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely going to be on the lower level, I think. Might even be that rock pile right there. Yep, that's it exactly. Okay, and now there are 6 that we can go grab. They're all like right toward the front. It's gonna be on top of this first tier of battlements here. And there are going to be 3 out right by the front gate. The key with Hyrule Castle is to just be patient and, you know, come in with more food than I did, of course. Like, definitely do that. But I find that the key is just, you know, be patient and don't let little setbacks get to you. And also flee if that's what you need to do. Don't stand around and wait for, you know, bad things to happen. You know, try to keep moving. Let me do this. Dang it, that's a little bit too early. It's 2. Dang it. Gotta get on rhythm for that. There we go. That's the one up top, and then there are 2 more. Nice. If you guys think you can dispel these malice puddles, don't. It's not at all how it works. Okay, so how are we... This is kind of telling me which direction this is. Let's see. So what we actually need to do is come out through the interior, or find a way to clear out this through the interior. Because this is telling us which way we're supposed to be, which way we need to shoot these things. Welcome back, Bear Type.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight. Stay strong and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
That timer is the time for me to tell you guys about, you know, the channel. If you guys hadn't considered doing so and you like the content, please follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. Oh, is that really what? There's no way that's what this is. There's the second one that's definitely pop a balloon, and I just don't know where I'm supposed to look exactly. I wish there were a way to, like, easily spot these. But, yeah, you know, feel free to follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube if you hadn't done so already. Those are free, easy methods to like the content, or to help the content out and help me grow as a channel and content creator. Please also consider telling friends, coworkers, and so on about the channel as well. I rely a lot on word of mouth to grow individually and networking whenever I can. So any help I get in those 2 departments is, you know, much, much appreciated. Oh, is that... Wow, really? That's a really far away balloon. Maybe something like this. Yeah, that is super far away, but we got it. Make sure I'm not missing other stuff. You didn't manage to find this Korok, or it was another one? Okay, no way you got this one because you didn't find it. Yeah, so the Koroks in Hyrule Castle are very difficult to find. Not only because you can't rely on a map or anything, but in addition, is this, like, better or worse? It's worse. Okay. We'll leave this here in case we need it, though. You don't get access to, like, a map for reference. It's the same puzzles. It's the same puzzles as most other times you're out and about. Other than this one here, so we're gonna do this while I'm looking at it. The arrows tell you what to do. Okay, hang on 1 second. And I'll answer that for you. Yes, there is a Korok there. There are quite a few of those, actually. Hyrule Castle Town and Kakariko Village have some of those, where you need to... There are arrows stuck in little crests, you know, on arches and stuff. And yeah, those. Let me climb so we can get a closer look at it. It's like up there. I might be able to use a camera. That one here. Yeah, just shoot an arrow about where the arrows are stuck in, and you should get a Korok. There's another one. I wish I could show it to you, but I'm not allowed to leave this map for some reason, Nintendo. But there's a couple in front of the Kakariko arches that have a crest where you see arrows stuck out of it. Yeah, try shooting those. Sometimes it's just arrows and there's like a story to tell. Some other times, though, it's a Korok seed. I actually think shooting the crest is one of the cooler ones. Because it's like, oh, well, there are arrows there. Like, I actually don't mind that because the arrows are supposed to be the tell. That, oh, maybe you should try shooting that and see what happens. If people are wondering what I'm doing, I am trying and failing super hard at getting the arrows out of this crest because we're a bit low on them. Try it like this. Gotta get the arrows where you can. Make sure. I've got probably about 60 seconds, so let me real quick talk about the ad break and try to answer your question. So we take 3-minute ad breaks here on the channel. For you guys on YouTube, this doesn't mean much of anything other than 3 minutes of, well, it's too slow. See you guys after the ad break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back from the break. Got a chance to get up and check a few things. My apologies to Beartype for not getting to answer my inquiry. Luckily, for not getting to answer your inquiry, excuse me. Luckily, you're on YouTube, so there weren't ads. There were only ads for Twitch folks, insofar as I know. Now, if YouTube has started putting ads in at around the time I take ad breaks, that's really evil. That's like super evil. But I trust YouTube wouldn't do a thing like that, right? Anyway, let me actually go and answer your inquiry for real this time. Yes, nobody here likes ads. If I could get away with not airing them, I would, but I do need to get up and take a break. There are logical reasons why I do what I do, but I don't have to like them. I want everyone to be, like, on record with me. I don't like them, but if I could, I could run like a minute and a half of ads, but then I would still have to take the full 3 minutes, to, get up and stretch. And this like maximizes the ad revenue. This is kind of a prickly subject. Let's not talk about that too much. Let me make sure I've actually answered your other inquiries though. You just saw an entire 18 stream that people in YouTube chat can get a crown. Crown near their name just by being in the live. Oh, is this like a VIP type thing? I'm merely curious. I'll have to look into that later. For now, you asked me earlier about how many Koroks have I grabbed. I have grabbed just the ones on the I've grabbed a few on the outside. There's one above the docks. No, not that one. It's internal actually. There's one on the battlements of the East Passage on like the second tier on the right hand side that we've grabbed. There's one underneath like the second gatehouse that isn't internal that I've grabbed, as well as the 3 on the outside you saw. It was free, got this crown too, and you didn't know about it. Understood. Hey, Coin, you need to go for now. Maybe be back, but you got a test tomorrow. Go study for that, good sir. Rest well, and take care of yourself if I don't see you for the rest of the day. I mean that with all sincerity. Now, we got some Korok seeds to find. We got 25 of them, and then 10 left over in all the other lands. And at least 3 of them are out onto the battlement that we can grab, like, right here. Well, those guardian parts are just gone. That's unfortunate. Oh, I remember there being something weird about this. I don't think you can actually open that gate. Or there's like a lever you could use on the top. Let's get up there then. One of them's gotta be up here on the top. No, it's not what I wanted to do, Link. Thank you, but no. Oh, this was when we were shooting the balloon earlier. One of these arrows got stuck. Yeah, so there are some surfaces in Hyrule Castle that you really should be able to climb, but for whatever reason, you kind of just can't. I wish I could, like, get an eyeball on which one this is. There's a flower trail. Oh, okay, that's the ending destination. All right, so let's go down onto the bridge. Yeah, notice you can't even get this way. You literally have to go around. Okay. Look at that. Not with that kind of... Yeah, there we go. And then we just gotta find the initial flower where that starts. Yeah, look, see, now we can reference the map like normal. It's absolutely nuts how sometimes... I don't know why Nintendo just never thought of that. That's so strange. Okay, so now where was this? Gotta be like under the bridge. Based on what I'm looking at there, it's gotta be under the bridge. Yeah, that's what I thought. Under the bridge. Under the bridge. Under the bridge. The water there is cold. The trolls are getting old. Under the bridge. I don't know what I don't know where I'm taking this segment. It's funny. Okay. Yeah. Definitely here. Okay, let's get up here for now, and then we can drop back down. Okay. So next one is toward the first gatehouse, which the first Lionel is also in the first gatehouse. So, you know, as we make our way around, we'll be able to kind of like take care of some objectives as we do so. So if we look, there's the, now what I can't quite tell. Yeah, that looks like it's on the battlement pretty succinctly. So that's going to be up here. Oh, we need to like walk around. And because of all this malice, what you're kind of meant to do is go in and through the various parts. You're not really meant to do what I'm about to do here, which is like fly sky high and, you know, fly over. That is a thing you can do, but you are going to end up getting hurt a lot. Okay, run. Oh, I feel like I'm such a good crack shot in this game. Yes, stop looking at me. Go back to, you know, scanning for, you know, random defenseless Hylians to shoot. That would be far better. Okay, so this would be it here. Okay, now where are we? Yeah, we're about to enter the first gatehouse. Let's go enter that gatehouse. Let's not use our expensive Hylian gear. And let's also save. I know there's like another bit of malice in here, right? Never mind. It's a blue-maned Lionel. Ow, that really hurt. I'm so used to the faster swing times that the slower swing time is definitely getting to me just a little bit. Nice. Where are your brethren that have where are your brethren that have the hammers? Like, use them. They're way more threatening. Oh, these also don't drop their gear. They're like puzzle rewards. They have various other things tied to them. Now I'm pretty sure there's a Korok on top of this. Like on top of this structure. We were just in here, but for whatever reason, a particular straggler decided not to join the fight. You can die now. Yep, there's a blood moon. That's gonna be happening real soon. Perfect. We got one right before the blood moon showed up. Interesting. Okay, and the blood moon is just gone. Alright, next up, we're going to be heading toward the study. That's going to be this, like, tower thing off to the left. Let me whip out the pointer. That's going to be here. That's where the study is, approximately. There's a memory there we can go fetch. And before, often like the lawn area, there's going to be a Korok seed we can grab, pretty sure. And what I have to do is find out. It's like out here-ish, in like the bottom tier somewhere. Okay. I'm looking for an offering plate that might be in, like, the internal dungeon area. But we're gonna find out together. Don't even think about it. We're getting a boatload of goodies, and we're getting just enough arrows that we can kind of, like, survive. Now, where is this offering plate? That's the thing I really kind of want to know. That's like... Yeah, it's definitely in the interior area. So for now, let's actually go to the proper study and get the Korok seeds that are probably up top the tower. Definitely one on top of the spire. Like, at the very least, we could be, like, 100% confident of that. And then after that, we can kind of, like, find out where in the interior some of the rest are. Okay, no, let me get down. We wait. We got the stamina to climb, we just gotta make it. Okay, this is probably a good time to use this stuff. Definitely atop this spire here. And our next one is on the battlement right in front of the study. Okay, whip these out. There's like a rock that... Oh, hello. Nope.
Daruk's protection is now ready to roll.
Thank you, Daruk. We're probably going to need that. Like, we're definitely in the tower area. Where is this rock? Oh, hello. Ooh, we got lore in here, my senators and inductees. We got lore. We might as well read. Zelda's research journal, first page. Today I met with Impa of the Sheikah tribe and began my research into the ancient technology in earnest. Impa introduced me to Pura and Robbie, other respected members of her tribe. Tomorrow I embark on an excavation with them. We hope to find ancient tech with which to operate the guidance stones. Today we uncovered that some ancient technology we believe may have the power to control the guidance stone. It is a rectangular object small enough to be held in my two hands. Sheikah text is featured prominently on it. It is made of an unknown material, but we believe it is the same as the shrines scattered across each region. Impa proposed that I hold on to it for now. I hope that it leads to some new developments in our research. The stone relic we discovered has been named. We are calling it the Sheikah Slate. We have not found any mention of a name for this object. I figured I was going to pull this out of the computer jack again. That we have unearthed so far. Nevertheless, Pure insisted we call it the Sheikah Slate, as the relic is a slate made by the Sheikah tribe. Feels a bit on the nose to me, but it was not a fight I thought I could win. We did it. We were finally able to restore some functionality to the Sheikah Slate. We've discovered that this stone slate is capable of producing images. Perfect likenesses of the things you pointed at. Unlike normal pictures drawn by hand, this requires no artist to capture anything in perfect detail. I deeply admire the accomplishments of Sheikah technology. Still, I know there is more to learn. There must be. We believe that the Sheikah Slate may have a function that will allow it to control the Guidance Stone. We must continue our research, and quickly. We have started training the champions who will pilot the divine beasts. It may sound rude that I found this unexpected, but Mipha mastered the controls with surprising ease. Daruk struggled at first, but eventually got the hang of it. Urbosa and Rivali both managed just fine as well. I can finally see the light of hope in our fight against the rising calamity. Robbie has restored mobility to many of the Guardians we've excavated, but we still have yet to find all of the Guardians. Records mention a greater number of them, and even other types. They are said to be stored in 5 giant columns that rest beneath Hyrule Castle. The thing is, no matter how I search beneath the castle, I can't seem to locate these columns. They must be buried deep. Were they perhaps designed to sense the appearance of Calamity Ganon, and to only activate upon his return? Countless ancient structures are being discovered across Hyrule, but all attempts to enter them have failed. Records indicate that these are facilities designed to train the hero who is fated to combat the calamity. But the crucial activation mechanism remains a mystery. Is the Sheikah Slate the key to activating them? That is Pura's theory, and I concur, and yet my experiments have so far been fruitless. Still, we must exhaustively investigate all means of opposing the calamity. We must not give up, no matter what. I spoke with Pura about the Shrine of Resurrection we discovered earlier. As we speculated, this particular shrine is, in fact, a medical facility with the power to heal. It also has a long-term stasis function that can be activated and maintained until healing is complete. In the war against the Calamity 10,000 years ago, were the injuries so great as to necessitate such a facility? If so, I will remain uneasy until we have made all adjustments necessary to restore it to full working order. I can only pray that even if Calamity Ganon returns, our battle will not require the Shrine of Resurrection's power. And this was the last bit of research I think she was allowed to do. But that's me. It's not our last memory. We've got, I think, one more, but it's pretty close.
Incredible. We're at a point now where we can actually control them. At the current rate, we'll soon know all we need to know about the Guardians and the Divine Beasts. And should Ganon ever show itself again, we'll be well positioned to defend ourselves.
What are you doing out here, Zelda?
I was assessing the results of the experiment with the Guardians. These pieces of ancient technology could be quite useful against
I know that. They are essential to Hyrule's future, and our research demands that we keep a close eye on them. However, as the princess, you currently have a crucial unfulfilled responsibility to your kingdom. Let me ask you once more, when will you stop treating this as some sort of childish game?
I'm doing everything I can. I'll have you know that I just recently returned from the Spring of Courage, where I offered every ounce of my prayers to the goddess.
And now you are here wasting your time. You need to be dedicating every moment you have to your training. You must be single-minded in unlocking the power that will seal Calamity Ganon away.
I already am. Don't you see? There's nothing more I can do. My hope is that you'll allow me to contribute here in whatever way I can.
No more excuses, Zelda. Stop running away from your duty. As the king, I forbid you to have anything to do with these machines from this moment on, and command you to focus on your training. Do you know how the gossip mongers refer to you? They are out there at this moment, whispering amongst themselves that you are the heir to a throne of nothing. Nothing but failure. It is woven into your destiny that you prove them wrong. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
He understands that you're a jerk. How about that one? I don't like this particular memory, but we'll find a diary later that explains why the king thought he needed to push Zelda this far, this hard, like both. It's both at once. What he doesn't understand, or what he didn't understand, I suppose, is that from what I've read, this really isn't the type of power that you just activate. It kind of shows up when, like, yes, you have to be fervent and devout and offer prayers, but you can't just call upon it until you're ready, or until the universe deems you ready, until Hylia deems you ready. Haven't we learned this by now from Skyward Sword, everybody? You can't fight fate. You can be devout all you want, but you're not going to be able to fight. You can't fight everything. You're going to lose at some point. You're going to unlock a power or an ability only when you are deemed ready to do so. Or, you struggle hard enough and there's a breakthrough, which may have been what happened. What we don't know, what I'm not really sure there's a way to know. Maybe Tears of the Kingdom will explain this a bit more. But how did Zelda come across her power? Like, we know that she's been training. We know that she was training prior to the Calamity. She went on like a 3-leg journey to go to each of the springs and go offer prayers, but what we don't really know is, was that power an epiphany? Was it the result of hard training finally, breaking through? Or was it just a machination of, the goddess Hylia that only now could Zelda, fulfill her part of the prophecy? Sometimes life has strange ways of advancing. And while we can write books and we can pretend to prophecy how it's supposed to be, the best humanity has is predicting patterns, spotting patterns, predicting an outcome based on a fixed pattern that's always there. What happens when it's not fixed? What happens when the pattern breaks? What about chaos theory, where the fact that there was a pattern was random? We'll never know. But again, I'm hoping that Tears of the Kingdom will kind of like shed some light on that for us. Okay, there's like a rock here. There's like a rock pile, and what I don't know is it like around here somewhere? Or something else? It's like under here is the best way I know to describe it. It's like underneath this bridge. Don't worry, when we get to Zelda's room, we'll also find some, like, you know, extra... We're gonna find some extra things that to help us make sense of... Oh, I was just barely grazed by that. I quite like Breath of the Wild's storytelling, and I'll say it before, I'll say it again. I truly do stand by... I feel as though it's like inside the place. Let me try that. I feel as though it's supposed to be some rock pile, yet... It's like right here. It'd be like... down here? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's an internal rock. Okay. That makes sense. And that means that other, like offering plate is, like, down there. I was hoping to, like, avoid that, but may not be strictly possible. Nice. Let me not use that, and let me instead use this 5-shot bow. That's hilarious. Don't worry, we'll get to somewhere where we can, like, note the change in Korok seeds. Right now, we kind of can't do that. I really do. Like, there are tons of little UI nitpicks that I think about when it comes to... Hello. We definitely have not snapped this. The Royal Guard's Spear. The Sheikah-made spear was created using ancient technology to combat the Calamity. Its attack power is very high, but a critical design flaw left it with poor durability. Okay, and if we turn this over, we're headed kind of this way, which means somewhere will be a passage off to our, say, left, and there will be an offering plate in this general... Never mind. Never mind. I know nothing. I know lots of nothing. And I wish I knew something other than that. So we're in the sewers, or like in the prison. didn't really exactly want to be here, but I wanted to, like, do the outside stuff first. But, hey, sometimes it's just not how it is. Okay, let's do it like this. Nice. So I'll take that spear. No, it's not at all what I wanted to do. Oh, I definitely got shot by an arrow there. I could strike that horn, but for what value? Yeah, you use that bow of yours. Don't worry, when we go to the kitchen, there is a kitchen, there's like a place where you can cook and everything. We will totally... I just gotta be like... Yeah, that's what I thought. There's a, that is a flaming one. Nice. And we can come grab these nice sweet goodies over here, along with whatever treasure chest happened to be in here. Why prisoners were allowed to have money, I will never quite really understand. Ah, yes. You can also break in through the prison. I'd forgotten about that particular feature, but that is something you can do. You can totally break through the prison. Hello, yes. Please give me... Yeah, claymore. I love these things. I mean, I like spears more, but the claymore... there's just something about There's something about using one of these things that's just great. Yeah, these things have a ton of damage on them. The Sheikah used the very essence of ancient technology to forge this great sword. It was designed to oppose the Calamity, but its low durability made it impractical in battle. It's like an obsidian, weapon, right? You get it for its cutting edge, not necessarily for the durability. Right? Okay, so let me, yeah, so here it is. And we're headed on the way toward... Yeah, so what we actually have to do is come out and go around. Like, we actually have to proceed out of here and then find a different way in. Well... what? And see, we're back out here in the great outdoors. Nothing quite like being in a high-level area and getting nothing but fantastically high-powered weapons and shields and a whole bunch of other stuff. It really is nothing else quite like it. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to climb up. Now that I know about this, we're going to climb up and go all the way. This better not be where it is. This better be like ore or a treasure chest or something. Good. I was going to be mad if it were a treasure chest. Or if it were a Korok seed. Yep, so if we flip this around, and we can't toggle between the interior and exterior either. That's not a thing we're allowed to do. Yep, so going back to the lockup. There's an offering plate, and it would be... right, it would be... we're on, like, the opposite side of that, but we're not in the correct part of the external. We're not... I think what we need to do is go in around the bottom. Or go... yeah, something like that. You kind of have to feel your way around Hyrule Castle, just a little bit. Just because of the fact that you can't make reference points for navigation. That's not something you're allowed to do, apparently. So, you're forced to remember where things are again. Like not having the Sheikah slates functions in here. This better be treasure. Useful for buying arrows. Okay, so we have two spots. This is part of like the railway system. Ah, yes. Here's another way that you can move around. These, like, railway cars. Yeah, these also make their return appearance here. And, they're a bit frustrating in that you're kind of expected to use them, but they don't really get you anywhere meaningful. Like, you could easily arrive to many of these same places without doing that. Ooh, I forgot about cookpots. I forgot this place had cookpots. But let's not get Get in, get in, get in, get in, get in. Go somewhere else. I'm trying to loot. I'm trying to mine. Alright, let's get in before, you know, this surface level, totally not hovering Guardian is a problem for us. Okay. And what do we have in here? Diamonds. Okay. So, we need to make some restoratives. And I think for that purpose, we're going to be making... We need like a good mix here. So for that, if you guys want to follow along with the recipes I'm making, feel free to type in, let's see, for you guys on Twitch, it'll be exclamation mark BOTWINGINFO. That's Breath of the Wild ingredient information. And you'll get 2 links. For you guys on YouTube, you'll want to type in asterisk, I'm pretty sure it is asterisk B or star BOTWING REC. That would be Breath of the Wild ingredient recipes, and you should be able to get access to the particular recipe book, like recipe Excel sheet I found. Let's see. So we got raw meat or bird. And then like fish. Got a bass. That's unfortunate. I guess it would be a regular old... I guess a Sankey carp would also work, but let's just use... I did not mean to do that. We want 1 of these. We want 1 of those, and then 3 of anything else. And we can also use the ingredient strength to figure out which part of this we want. Let's try to find like a big hearty truffle. We got the big hearty truffle with 4 temp HP. And how much big hearty radish do we have? 12? Might as well cook up a few things while we're here. Hearty gourmet meat and seafood fry. Yum! Oh, we didn't read the description because that's a dish we haven't made before. A marriage of the choicest cuts of meat and seafood, as delicious as it is filling. That's pretty good, not gonna lie. Let's see, what else? Probably use 3 of these, and then gourmet meat and, you know, 1 bass. And then we will do 1 more of these. But this time we'll use some durians, if we can find them. Okay, and then we've got Endura carrots, which work like extra stamina is probably actually better as like a it's probably actually better as say a tireless. It's about the same. Like the Endura carrot's good, but like we can get something pretty comparable if we just use a tireless frog. And we'll use... let's use some Molduga guts. Sure. Same deal. We'll make one more of those. Those. Okay, good. Now we will... I want to try to, like, not use the hardy bass or salmon if at all possible, because there are very specific recipes that require exactly those. Stealth items are better as food, so we will... do we have any silent princesses? We have 42 of them. And for our recipe book, if we go back...
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
It is time to do, like, the big shilling. Okay, so I've told you guys about the free, easy methods to support the channel, help it grow, and, you know, telling your friends about the content and everything. But, and of course, you guys being here is more than enough. You don't even have to like the VOD or subscribe or any of that. You don't have to do that. You guys being here is enough. But, if you guys want to financially contribute for whatever reason, you're more than welcome. I deeply appreciate it. Your donations get you a spot on the placard each month. I rotate that out as well. So if you want to like get your name on the placard each month, you can do that. If you want to do stuff like that, that's great. I do also have lots of rewards for people that are looking to financially contribute. For you guys on YouTube, dig around in the description. For you guys on Twitch, dig in the About Me panels on Twitch under the donation section if you're interested. For now, hey there, user. Welcome on in. Welcome to the stream. You're coming in at the bottom of the hour. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. I hope you enjoy your stay. User on YouTube says, just recently got back into the game. It's so fun. Yes, I do recommend everyone play it. Now, do I recommend the 100%? Not precisely. Like the 900 Koroks can be a struggle, but everything else is fantastic. Since you said you just got back in the game, I'm curious, what level of experience do you have with the game? I take it that means you've probably played it before. And while you're answering that question, if and you don't mind, I will take the opportunity to mention that we once again take 3-minute breaks at the top of each new hour. And the 3 minutes breaks are for the 3-minute advertising blocks on the Twitch side. We are multi-streaming, and so the ad breaks are over there on that platform. And also it lets me get up and stretch and everything. There is a timer on the screen when those breaks come along. The timer is generally accurate, as long as I don't have to, answer nature's call and the porcelain throne, especially just for me, then that's fine. You know, something like that would make me late. I am generally on time to these. And pretty much there are timers, or like there's like I only really ever run ads either during that 3-minute commercial break, or you know, I'll put up like a 30-second or a 1 minute and 30-second ad if I gotta step away from my keyboard. That's also timed. Let me go back and read messages here. You beat the game. You just restarted. Okay. Have you beaten it only once? Multiple times? Merely curious. I probably got a minute because the ad breaks are based on the real world clock. So, you know, if my answer or replying to you gets cut off, my super sorry. My apologies. Twice? Awesome. Yeah, I've had quite a few people. I've had quite a few people tell me they've beaten the game, you know, 3 or even 5 times before. You're doing a rupee glitch right now, so it's easier. Awesome. We love that for everybody. It's fine. Thanks for the consistency. No problem. Yeah, that's awesome. Now, while I'm not glitching anything out, we did have a fellow on here by the name of NK Plays who did show us how to do a few things. I have yet to master any of the techniques, but I'm at least aware they exist now. The rupee glitch, I can't say I've heard of, though. I just don't think we ever discussed that. Anyway, the ad break is here. See you guys in just a few moments. Sorry about that. I am back. Hopefully everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break. Probably not ads, right? Everybody hates those, but I hope everybody got a chance to stretch, have a snack, or do something else they actually wanted to do during those 3 minutes. Let me just double check and make sure there's nothing new in the chat. Okay. Where were we? We were in the midst of making some stuff. We were in the midst of churning out a few dishes based on our combat and non-combat needs. Here's something I can ask now that we've actually toured pretty much every area in the game, and we're getting to, tour, the last one. What has been your guys' favorite part of the Breath of the Wild experience so far? Has it been like the small details? Like the attention to detail that the game has posed or shown us? Like the dialogue, or maybe the decor in like the townhouses or whatever? Has it been the uplifting and culturally sensitive and appropriate depictions of the various races, like the Rito, the Zora, the Goron, and so on? Has it been the game's Dark Souls platformer-esque mechanics that are tough and harder than usual Zelda games, but pretty fair? Or is it like the crafting system or what have you? Like I think there are lots of things to like about Breath of the Wild, and everyone that has come on the channel and has talked about this has had a different favorite thing about Breath of the Wild they really enjoy. I quite enjoy the storytelling. It's probably the best storytelling the franchise has ever had. Tears of the Kingdom also kind of follows that same vein. It's not that the storytelling isn't there in the other Zeldas. It's that there's less nuance. It's more traditional good guy, bad guy, good fight, good versus evil. It's like straightforward. The Breath of the Wild and like Tears of the Kingdom, I think, offer a lot more nuance into like the motivations of various characters and what each race sort of aspires to live by, like what their creed is. We kind of knew this about the Zora, but the Goron and like the Rito or the other races kind of felt more like, yeah, they just kind of live life. They're here. The aspirations, the goals are like, what goals? What aspirations? They didn't have any prior to Breath of the Wild. And I'm so happy that they do, of course. Okay, we've gotten the stealth food out of the way. Let's cook up. Let's see, what is it better to make defense elixirs or defense, defense food? I think what we're learning, yeah, okay, so defense food is better, and that would belong to the armored porgy. And that means, if I look here at our fish specialties, so make sure we're actually like so I think rice balls would probably be like the best thing we could do with these. We'll make a few of them. And is the same true of the attack food? We got the mighty porgy, and then we've got the bladed rhino beetle. Yes, so the porgies are better when it comes to that is incorrect. The porgies are better when it comes to this stuff. We'll make a few of these. Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? It's like, here. No, one more fish. Come on. We'll do the same thing with the mighty porgy as well. Then I think after that we'll simmer. Actually, we could probably. I think we could make just like steamed crab. Let's see, because the main thing is that we get to a level 10 bonus, and that's gonna be. We just cook a bunch of crab. I think we end up getting this. Yum. Okay, I believe we have 3 defense, 3 attack. We still got some of these, like, we probably need one more, like, enduring recipe. Let's take a look at that. Tireless frog, the Endura carrot. Energetic rhino beetle is a 6. I don't think we have a whole bunch of, like, beetles lying around. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have any. Otherwise, beetle would have definitely threatened us with those. That means our best course is the Staminoka bass, and that is gonna be the... Ooh, I think we can actually make this into a meat and seafood fry. Yeah, that's awesome. 1. No, that's too many. Might as well use the gourmet meat where you can. And I think we'll also throw in one more of these elixirs. That would have been the tireless frogs. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we probably want. Probably the hasty stuff. And for that, our best option is either the hot-footed frog or the fleet lotus seeds and swift violets. Yeah, okay, so the fleet lotus seeds are straight up better than the swift violets. All right. But how many swift violets do we have? 61 of those. Oh, okay, so we just do this. I don't think this will work, but we're gonna try. Never mind, it did. Cool. Hold. We'll also make a couple of elixirs with this, just so we have stuff to work with. And then I guess we will make some, like, simmered fruit. We do need something to just eat if we run low on health. We'll make like 5 of these, I guess. 5 or 6. It's nice when these crit. Oh, I think palm fruit may also be better for this. Let's find out. Yeah, we do need to like use up our apples, but it's good to know that we can make regular, like just regular 10 heart restoratives. Let's go ahead and sort this. I think we're good for now. Let's keep moving. Let's be back here with the coordinate map. See, we didn't have to go back to town and cook and all that. I should have done this beforehand. I'll admit that readily, but, you know, it's not so bad. You know, we did find a place to make food. Yeah, get in there. And if we look, yeah, that's where it should bring us. Nice. So now through here will be the, here should be where, like, the offering statues are. Somewhere around here. Yeah, look, there they are. Now the question is, what are they offering? Eggs? Hard-boiled egg. Ooh, is this a hot spring? Yeah, it sure is. So here's a trick we could do with this. We can actually set the bird egg in spring water and get a hard-boiled egg, which we could... Oh. Oops. We can eat that. So what we have to do is put an egg in this, which will complete the pattern. Yay! Oh, nice. A sledgehammer could just knock that out. And then we're here. And like the, this would be the prison area. Like right over here. Yep, look. And now, if we look, this is where we dropped down from up above earlier. So now what we can do is we can kind of just go through lockup here. And we can emerge out on the other side and get the next Korok seed. Isn't that just fantastic? Ooh, hello. Is that a ice rod? That is a blizzard rod. I will definitely take that. That will be countless hours of freezing. That's so good. I hope you guys are... Oh, hello. Oh, yeah, this is it here. We found it. Yep. Okay, what we need to do is, like, use one of the very attack items we just made. Yep. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Ooh, and we have a Thunder Blade. That's gonna be one of these. Thank you very much. Countless hours of enjoyment. Test of the Royal Guard. Test of the Royal Guard. Strike down the giant foe to become recognized as a Knight of the Kingdom. And we will need to be dropping off one of the... Oh, never mind. The shield broke. Da-da-da-da-da! A shield passed down through the Hyrulean royal family, along with the legend of the hero who wielded it. Its defensive capabilities and durability outshine all other shields. It's also the best shield for shield surfing as well, for that reason. However, this thing can break, so do use it sparingly. Do not just use it willy-nilly. You will, especially don't go shield surfing with it on rocky terrain. You will regret it. Now we can kind of like just sort of enjoy this now. I'm pretty sure we can just use a bomb to... Yeah, we can. We can use a bomb to, like, unlock that for the future. And then we just get out from here. And there will be a pinwheel thing somewhere nearby. We just gotta find out where it is. Probably on top of this thing, if I had to guess. Nice. Man, how low can you go? Nice. Okay, next up on our list of Koroks to go grab, we have the one at Zelda's room to go grab. And if you guys recall, we're not too far away from the study. There's her study. Her bedroom is literally next to her study. You gotta climb up these and sort of, you know, take the ledges that you can. Okay, so we look. Study is like right above us. With towers and such, you kind of have to climb in specific places, or you will, you know, just end up. Nope. go ahead and wait. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Okay, yep. Good, 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 good. I was a little bit worried about that. Let's get in here before bad things happen to us. Let's try maybe this. Yeah, okay, that's better. Don't use multi-shot stuff with your frost arrows or you will have problems. Drop that weapon, good sir. All right, now we have an Edge of Duality, which can probably replace one of the swords, and probably this one, if I'm being honest. Yep, there it is. Nice. So now somewhere around here should be... Oh, hello. Royal Guard's bow. These should be better than the better than like the royal bow that we're using. Sure is. This prototype Sheikah made bow was designed to fight the Calamity, the Great Calamity, made with ancient technology. It boasts a high rate of fire and firepower, but has low durability. Yup. We figured that was probably gonna happen. Having a good having a good single shot bow is gonna be good. It's gonna be fantastic for us. Now, can we? Sure can. All right, let's find Miss Thing's diary, shall we? Which I saw. I just wanted to make sure we got the Korok here as well. Good. Read Zelda's diary. After meeting with the champions, I left to research the ancient technology, but nothing of note came of my research. The return of Ganon looms, a dark force taunting us from afar. I must learn all I can about the relics so we can stop him. If the fortune teller's prophecy is to be believed, there isn't much time left. But turning over these thoughts in my head puts me ill at ease. I suppose I should turn in for the night. P.S. Tomorrow my father's assigning him as my appointed knight, meaning us. I set out for Goron City today to make some adjustments to Divine Beast Vadrudanya. I still recall feeling his eyes on me as I walked ahead. The feeling stayed with me so long I grew anxious and wary. It is the same feeling I've felt before in his company, and still not a word passes his lips. I never know what he's thinking. It makes my imagination run wild. Guessing at what he's thinking but will not say. What does the boy chosen by the sword that seals the darkness think of me? Will I ever truly know? Then I suppose it's simple. I take offense. I take offense to this characterization. Man, you hadn't even met me back then. You barely got to know me. You don't know what he's thinking of you. Like, Zelda has like... Again, this is like daddy issues, right? But she is projecting her insecurities onto Link in this like page here, which I find to be characteristic of, you know, Rome's lineage. That's something that seems to be quite common in these Legend of Zelda titles. A daughter of Hyrule's royal family, yet unable to use sealing magic. He must despise me. I said something awful to him today. My research was going nowhere. I was feeling depressed, and I had told him repeatedly not to accompany me. But he did anyway, as he always does, and so I yelled at him without restraint. Yup. He seemed confused by my anger. I feel terribly guilty, and that guilt only makes me more agitated than I was before. Such is how carrying guilt usually goes. I am unsure how to put today's events into words. Words so often evade me lately, and now more than ever. He saved me without a thought for his own life. This was Memory 4 that she's referring to. He protected me from the ruthless blades of the Yiga clan. Though I've been cold to him all this time, taking my selfish and childish anger out on him at every turn, still he was there for me. I won't ever forget that. Tomorrow I shall apologize for all that has transpired between us, and then I will try talking to him, to Link. It's worth a shot. Bit by bit, I've gotten Link to open up to me. It turns out he's quite a glutton. Wow, character judgment much. He can't resist a delicious meal. At least he's got the metabolism for it, right? When I finally got around to asking why he's so quiet all the time, I could tell it was difficult for him to say, but he did. With so much at stake and so many eyes upon him, he feels it necessary to stay strong and to silently bear any burden. Oh man, that's something I wish I could do. I'm too chatty, however. A feeling I know all too well. For him, it has caused him to stop outwardly expressing his thoughts and feelings. I always believed him to simply be a gifted person who had never faced a day of hardship. How wrong I was. Everyone has struggles that go unseen by the world. That's true. That is true. Just because someone is rich doesn't mean they don't deserve your empathy. Be an empathetic person. Be better. Don't say eat the rich. Eat the corporations instead. Make the rich understand why they shouldn't aid and abet the corporations, but don't eat the rich. Eat the corporations instead. I was so absorbed with my own problems I failed to see his. I wished to talk with him more and to see what lies beneath those calm waters, to hear him speak freely and openly, and perhaps I too will be able to bare my soul to him and share the demons that have plagued me through all these years. Oh no. Everything's a demon, everybody. That's a common male thing, by the way. If you ever hear a man saying, I've got my demons and I must fight them, you know that there's something. Either he's excusing his behavior, or it's something he can't talk about. If he tried talking about it, he usually gets called weak, or he's shut down. It's usually one of those two things. Both scenarios are bad. Both of them. For different reasons. Father scolded me again today. Yep, this was the recent memory that we got not that long ago. He told me I am to have nothing more to do with researching ancient technology. He insisted that I focus instead on training that will help me awaken my sealing magic. I was so frustrated and ashamed I could not even speak. I've been training since I was a child, and yet Mother passed the year before my training was to begin. In losing her, I lost not just a mother, but a teacher. Mother used to smile and tell me, Zelda, my love, all will be well in the end. You can do anything. But she was wrong. No matter how much I try, or how much time passes, the sealing power that is my birthright evades me. Tomorrow I journey with Link to the spring of power to train, but this too will end in failure. Such is my curse. I had a dream last night. In a place consumed by darkness, a lone woman gazed at me, haloed by blinding light. I sensed she was not of this world. I don't know if she was a fairy or a goddess, but she was beautiful. Her lips spoke urgently, but her voice did not reach me. Would I have heard her if my power was awoken? Or was my dream simply a manifestation of my fears? I'm sure I will know the answer soon, whether I wish to or not. I turned 17 today. Yeah, I want to point out all this bullshit that she's been dealing with her father's pressures. She's not even an adult yet. She's not even an adult yet. And this prophecy was thrust upon her since birth. Everyone in Hyrule that's like innately aware of the prophecy has to be part of the process to combat the prophecy, which means you don't have time to act your age. You don't have time to just think about things. Everything is for the purpose of the prophecy. This is a very, like, even though we kind of accept that it's the classic good versus evil mantra, Breath of the Wild is the game, I think, that really kind of turned that on its head, and it examined how might Zelda think of her prophecy. And when we find King Rome's diary later, you know, what did he think about it? Did he have misgivings? Was he second-guessing everything he ever said? Or was he so stoic and confident in everything he said that, you know, he was just kind of a jerk? I'll be going to the B1 exam. You're Spanish and you want tips, please? B1 exam. Well, greetings, oh my goodness. Guillermo Fernandez. You'll have to tell, well, you don't have to do anything, but I would like to not butcher that, as I'm sure I have just done. Welcome on in. Welcome on into the stream. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay. If you would mind clarifying what you mean by B1 exam, to the best of your ability, of course, because I can imagine English is not your first language. You know, that would be much appreciated. If not, well, I hope that whatever exam you're going to get is successful and it bears fruit. Okay. That means this is the day we'll finally be allowed to train at the Spring of Wisdom. When Link arrives, we will set out for Mount Lanayru. The other champions will accompany us there. I had not seen my father since he last scolded me. Things are too strained now. I will meet with him when I return. Actually, I've had a horrible feeling ever since that weird dream. No one would believe a failure of a princess, but right now, for no particular reason. Okay, you thank me? Bye? Okay. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day, and if I don't see you, well, have a good rest of your life. Whatever is most or more suitable for you. I am filled with a strange and terrible certainty that something awful is about to happen. There's something very wrong within the contents of the song. Hey, and then I start belting out Cottonmouth. Alright, so now there's like something. It's like on a shelf. We want to head north. I'm pretty sure this is another external Korok seed we can come get. It's like out here somewhere. Yeah, there's a rock down there. I really do wish it would, like, mark these things. We have to, like, step out of the castle to check. So let's check this next one. Okay, rock pile tells me it's likely on the surface, but you never know. It's like up here toward the back, like you have to climb the castle. Nope, 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 nope. Not a good time to fire. Not a good time for that. We must have already been in here then. That's the only thing I could think of. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the gameplay. And as you can see, we haven't died. We had like a couple of close shaves, but die? No, absolutely not. If you're patient and you come with a lot of materials, like, I don't recommend coming here first thing unless you want a challenge, right? Like we did pretty early on. Okay, I think I know, like what this is. Yeah, it's the rock. Okay, so now if we turn this back over, there's a hole down this way. What I don't know is where it's going. I think we've also already been at this exact point, but we're gonna find out. Yeah, the chest that was here is no longer here. Okay, so it's either this hole or it's the other hole. So if I look, this would be like right underneath one of the falls we're passing through. That one is black. And one more time. The Frost and Shock combo is one I definitely recommend. This would be the King's Study that we're in right now. Which means the King's Diary should be here somewhere, along with a cookbook that we were asked to look into. But like I was saying before, the Frost and Shock combos where you freeze an enemy and then you use an electric weapon on them, if they're not an electric resistant enemy, they will do absolute boatloads of damage. It won't even be close. This is another way we could, like, defeat our enemies. And one more time. Now, what do I recommend you do with this? I recommend you use it to, like, try to maybe cross gaps with it. I don't recommend, you just, like, use this wherever. Yeah, this is what you want to be doing with it a good chunk of the time. Now, if we look, it's like over here, and there's like an internal area we haven't found yet. Ah, but there is a book. The Royal Family's Secret Recipe #2, the Chancellor's favorite monster cake. Stew monster extract, tabanthan, wheat, cane sugar, and goat butter for a spell. It's a dangerous dish that makes your head fuzzy and may even motivate you to plan evil schemes. There will be quite a few of these books in here. I'm pretty sure we're in the library and not the King's Study, but we can get to the King's Study through here. These are like pretty easy things we can do. And as you can see, this is the castle interior. Lots of things are happening here. There are all kinds of weapons here. We can even find a frost blade in here. And these weapons will be here with the blood moons. A lot of them will respawn. So if you want to, that is something you can absolutely do. In fact, we're going to drop this and pick up a frost blade so that we don't have to whip out our bow quite so much. That would be nice. That would be nice. Now, what I'm willing to bet is that there is going to be a way to get to the outside, and there's going to be a rock pile we can use. So, like, if we look, kind of like use the roof to kind of like move around. And what we really need to do is look for like a rock somewhere. I don't see one. That doesn't mean it's not there. For now, we saw this earlier. There is a... we saw a bookcase that we could pull out, and there's like stuff with that. We can also, like, there are also various other bookcases. It's not just that one. It's any of the metallic ones. Break everything you can. I would recommend breaking everything you can. You guys are sort of getting the general pattern of tips. It's not too different from what you would experience in traditional Breath of the Wild gameplay, but you take that to a T in with the Hyrule Castle, because there are it's a little bit more, the risk is higher. Let's go ahead and grab one of these after we've snapped a photo. Where is this? Let's drop. This shield was forged using ancient Sheikah technology. It boasts extremely high stopping power, but its structural weakness made its low durability impractical for combat. What do we have in here? Definitely some rainy day money that the king set aside. King Rome's Journal, the writings of Rome, Bosphoramus, Hyrule. Today, as the sun rose and a new day was born, my daughter too joined this sweet world. In keeping with the traditions of the royal family, I've decided to name her Zelda. I'm not a man accustomed to frivolous musings, but now seems as good a time as any to begin my royal memorandum. His writings, in other words. Reports keep arriving regarding the excavation of relics. The fortune teller's predictions seem to be coming true. Calamity Ganon was not a figure of fable or even of legend. He actually existed in our great land of Hyrule. We must investigate all the relics, learn as much as we can, but understanding the divine beasts alone will take time. Zelda's eyes lit up like a wildfire when I told her about the relics. I must admit, she has a knack for research. My queen has left this world. Her death was so sudden and unexpected. I awaken most nights unsure if she's really gone. Zelda never cried, never faltered, not even during the royal funeral or later when she and I were alone with our grief. I must assume her strength is a result of us repeatedly informing her of her duty to be a valiant and steady princess. Yeah, you literally told her not to feel things, you frickin' moron. Yeah, when you tell someone to clam up and hide their emotions. Thank you again. You don't really understand that reading whose letters are an enter phrase? I assume that's what that means. It's so long. I mean, hey, it's part of the lore. We're learning about the book. Now, I'm not sure I quite understand what you're grasping at, what you're trying to tell me, but if it's in regard to the journal, we're learning about the world. That's part of the Let's Play walkthrough 100% full completion experience. And that means we read the musings of an old man. To be a valiant and steady princess. Right, we read that. For a child of merely 6 years of age, her conduct was truly that of a born leader. Her strength gives me hope. From now on, I must raise her all alone. Now, only I remain to prepare her for her difficult future as Princess of Hyrule, and boy will she hate you. Or resent, maybe not hate, hate's the wrong word, resent. Man, when you love someone and resent them at the same time, that's a really, contradictory mix of emotions. I know from personal experience. That's not good. Sorry you wanted to say hi again, etc. No problem, Mr. Fernandez. No problem at all. If I'm reading the conventions right, because I know what the French convention for this is, this looks like the equivalent name of William. But I will refer to you as Mr. Fernandez until I know more. But hi, welcome back. Welcome on in. I hope your exam or whatever you were doing for your exam went well. I hope your day has been a good one, Mr. Fernandez. I sincerely mean that. Let's keep reading. You intended to put subtitles, but you can't. No worries. No worries. I do my best to make sure I read the sentences as though the English were supposed to be there. I have a lot of people that come in on both Twitch and YouTube that speak a variety of languages. Romanian, French, German, pretty sure Filipino would be the correct language for that. And Portuguese. I have all kinds of different people come in. So I do my best to make sure, I know what you're saying. I do my best to read the sentence as it should be. And then if it's not correct or that's not what people intended to say, I sure hope they let me know so we can fix it. It's just kind of the thing that I've sort of come to expect with my multicultural audience that I've developed over the years. My audience is primarily overseas or European, and so I know English is not like a first language. And hell, I'm a native speaker, and I still screw it up. So I try to read the sentences as they're intended to be. And then if there's any mix-up, we usually clarify it right then and there. Thank you so much. You're very welcome, Mr. Fernandez. Hopefully hopefully things in life are going well for you. Let me see if I can ask this without getting too wordy. What is your, if you feel up to answering it, what is your level of experience with Breath of the Wild? Have you played the game many times? Or are you kind of new to this game in particular, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild? I'm curious. I'm always curious about my audience's exposure. See, there you go. Mouth stuck together. I didn't quite say the word right. Had to go back and correct myself. I'm always curious as to my audience's level of exposure to the games being played. And I suppose now is as good a time as any to, you know, while we carry out the conversation, tell you guys a bit about my channels. I make RPG action adventure content. That's primarily my sphere of focus. I've played other games. I've played things like Stanley's Parable. I have played the Doki Doki Literature Club. I have played Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I've played some PUBG from time to time, or even some Skyrim. I've done a bevy of different things. But by and large, the thing that I am most known for is action RPGs / action adventure games like this one. This is kind of my bread and butter, the thing I'm very good at. The other sorts of content I typically tend to make, I am also a on-again, off-again challenge runner for Souls-like and Soulsborne titles, as well as Elden Ring. My last challenge run was an Elden Ring Reforged Fire Spells only run, where although I didn't finish, we got most of the bosses. We got all but one of them. And at some point, I will definitely be playing again. I will definitely be challenge running again. I quite enjoy it.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
So this is like the notice. My ad breaks are based on the real world clock. So it is 5 minutes before the top of the hour, before 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And so every time, I'm just going to go ahead and do something like this. Every time that the top of the hour turns, we take an ad break. They last 3 minutes long. You guys on YouTube, it's a deadpan silence of 3 minutes. Sorry, I'm not a YouTube partner or anything, so I can't I don't have something similar. Not that I would want to anyway, because ads suck. But for you guys on Twitch, I do run 3 minutes of ads. I definitely recommend that to everybody to, you know, go stretch, get a snack, tell a loved one that you love them, so on and so forth. Because I am generally away from my desk during the ad breaks. In exchange for the longer than usual ad break, I don't typically take ad breaks at other times. They're always scheduled, or, you know, I say, okay, I gotta go answer one of nature's calls or something, you know, give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back. Or if I think I'm gonna have to step away from my desk for some reason and it's more than 10 seconds, I'll take an ad break then. But the ad breaks are structured here. It's so that they're So just to answer Mr. Fernandez's inquiry with my voice, because I believe we are back, I do have access to both DLC. We will be playing it practically as soon as we get all 900 Koroks. The count here isn't accurate. I need to update it, but I'm pretty sure we're closer to like 880 Koroks. And there's supposed to be 10 somewhere we haven't found yet in the whole world. And this will be another one of those streams that's that probably goes a little bit beyond what it's supposed to, because I would like to get these Koroks done and out of the way. Time is running low before the ad break happens, so let's go ahead and finish reading the journal. Zelda finally reported back after her visit to the fountain. It seems her sacred sealing power has still yet to awaken. It has been a year and 3 months since her mother passed. Perhaps she is held back by heartache too deep to heal. If the Ganon prophecy wasn't looming over our heads, I would tell her to take her time, to wait until she is ready. But her situation is dire and leaves no room for weakness. Even on behalf of my beloved daughter. My heart breaks for Zelda, but I must act as a king, not a father. I must order her to train relentlessly at the fountain. That's your mistake, Rome. That's your mistake, Mr. Hyrule. Shouldn't have done that. I was told Zelda went off to research ancient technology, so I had no choice but to confront her about it. You did. You chose to. She claims she was simply using her day off from training to indulge in a bit of research, but you still scolded her. She won't get it through her head, forcing me to tell her the same thing I've been repeating ad nauseum. The reason her sacred powers still won't awaken is because she's spending all her efforts playing at being a scholar. Yeah, you basically just told her her dreams are invalid. Of course that's gonna happen. In truth, I understand Zelda's feelings. We will have to continue reading after the ad break. Be right back. Sorry about that. I am back. Hopefully, We all got something we wanted out of the commercial break. I just wish I had gotten a drink. I decided to spend the time flitting through my phone. Oh well, that's life. Such is life. It happened. We got an hour remaining, so let's try to make that hour strong, shall we? Painfully so. She lost her mother, her teacher, before she could learn from her. 10 pointless years of self-training without so much as a book or note to help her find her way. Those in the castle talk behind her back, and I, her only family, scold her for her shortcomings. No wonder she wishes to hide away in her beloved relic research. I'd love nothing more than to console her, but I must stay strong. No! You don't need to stay strong. Your humanity, your Hylianness, excuse me, is exactly how you would have stayed strong. By openly communicating your feelings. You create the daddy issues that she had to live with. Wow! It's almost like someone who has daddy issues know what daddy issues look like. I know what parental issues look like. I have lived through them. And am I a stronger person because I've lived through them? No. Not weak, necessarily, but I am scarred because of it. If you guys got mama and daddy issues or trauma from your parents, remember to take time for you, and remember to take time to put those feelings out of a box. Like, take them out of the box, or if you've been holding on to them and not expressing them, find some safe space where you are by yourself and just express them, feel them. Understand why you feel those things. And then when you've felt them enough, put them back in the box. Lock them away. Or find a way to accept them. It kind of depends on whether or not, this statement is reaching someone when they're not in the safest of spaces versus someone who can take their time and deal with these things. This is what therapy is for, by the way. I just wish I could afford it. But I must stay strong. She must fulfill her duty, just as we all must, even if she comes to despise me. I'm glad you're willing to take on the Machiavellian trope here, Mr. Hyrule, but your daughter is going to resent you more than anything. I have been told my Zelda went to the Spring of Wisdom. This will likely be her last chance. If she is unable to awaken her power at Lanayru, all hope is truly lost. If she comes back without success, then I shall speak kindly with her. Scolding is pointless now. I forced 10 years of training on her, and after all that, it seems her power will stubbornly awaken some other way. Perhaps I should encourage her to keep researching her beloved relics. They may just lead her to answers I can't provide. For now, I sit anxiously, more father than a king in this moment. I sit and await my daughter's return. It didn't have to be this way. It didn't have to be that way. Guess it would be this thing. Yeah, it didn't have to be that way. They could have just talked. But, if they had done that, we wouldn't have a story, right? That's kind of the thing about games like this, is it's so much more interesting when they don't. Because it lets us look at the problem instead. It lets us examine the pitfalls of human relationships. Nice. It lets us, ask these questions, these ever important questions. It lets us ask each other, why? Let me just make sure I know where I am. Nice. Boy, it sure would be nice if we didn't have to deal with this. Oh, and look at that. If we had went to the study, if we had just gone up the stairs, this wouldn't have been a problem. Why don't we go in real quick and just update the count on the Korok seeds? Because we need to know how many we have anyway. We have 882 of them. And that means we have 8 we need to find here, and then another 10 we need to find out in the world somewhere. Which definitely means we need to go back and we definitely need to go back and you know, just look over all of the areas, all of the Hylian areas, and including, you know, Hyrule Fields, because I feel like we definitely might have missed a fair few while we were here. Okay, so we're back here in the castle. Gonna go ahead and whip out the Blizzard Rod. Yeah, you thought I didn't see you. That one spot me up above. I feel like I got spotted up above somewhere and I haven't been able to find them. Stop. Shh. Drop your weapons. Okay, so what I'm trying to remember is, are we... So this would be the way into, like, the general... So the study is back here, and this would be the library. There is a cookbook somewhere, for sure. I'm pretty sure it would tell you how to make crepes. We just gotta find it. There's like a lectern. Fruitcake. The princess's favorite fruitcake. The royal family's secret recipe. Boil any 2 or more pieces of fruit with Tibantan wheat and cane sugar for a good while. Eating this dish will apparently clear your head and help you focus on things like ancient technology research. And then we had another book lying around here. Just gotta find it. And I know we definitely didn't check out one of these. Oh, hey, well, you look at that. It's like a hidden reserve of, resources. The Stone Smasher. Which is that better than this? No, but the Stone Smasher is, like, better than a sledgehammer, I think. It's a Goron sword. Is that all of it? I think so. It is a better sledgehammer in pretty much every respect. Now, we have to find... I'm trying to find this specific Korok seed, and I am having issues with that. False. Frame, rail movement speed. It's technically on the outside rather than the inside. So I guess that's where we're gonna head, is like we're gonna try the going outside thing again. Nice. Keys, we turn it around. Let's find the river, which is like definitely this way. It better not be over there. No, thank goodness. It's a treasure chest. Ah, that'll do it. Okay. That's why it kept saying dive. It's this right here. Now, where else? Now, we got the one in front of the study. Got the one there. They got the one behind the main castle. All right, so now we're getting into the internal areas. Yeah, we're getting into the internal areas now. So what we need to do is go back... Figure out how I want to do this. We basically need to go forward. Oh, we need to start heading this way. It would be nice. It'll let up raining momentarily. And for now, we don't need to be stealthy. So let's use one of these, like, haste foods we thought about earlier. We can make some really good time here. Okay, and then once we go back around the front, where, like, the front leading ramp is, we'll be able to go through the guardhouse again and get the next Korok seed. And see, we took out these, like, guardians earlier, and they're already back. A blood moon did happen earlier. Our speed will also let us fight fewer guardians, which I think should not go understated. No, there are definitely fewer guardians. We just didn't fight that particular one. Okay. Yep. Got it. Understood. Okay, back in through this way. And out past the first gatehouse to the right is where this one should be. Alright, I'm looking for an acorn. I'm not looking for this. Actually, what we could do is temporarily take this off and then swim. And then quickly put the defensive gear back on. Supposed to be looking for an acorn. Okay, so it's like, if I were to look at this, I don't think I'm actually high enough. Nice. I'm really tired of falling down the thing. It's not dangling under this, right? No, it's definitely somewhere else. Where is this gosh darn acorn? Let me check the altitude again. It's like... it's gotta be like under the bridge. The only thing I could think of. But it's like... underneath. It's like, there's like nothing in dangling from here, right? That would be the other thing I would think about. All right, drop down and think about this rationally. I'm having a hard time with this one. It might be underground. Like if I look, where is it? There's like a couple of entrances around this point. It could be underground. Let's try underground. It's possible it could be there. Look, this is as much investigation and discovery as it is about... yeah, you know what? I've had enough of you. It's certainly not dangling out of this. Let me go back and actually go into one of the side passages. It might be there. Maybe this one in particular? No, but we may be able to unlock the shortcut. Hello. Nice of you to join us. Oh, hey, it's nice to not have to worry about this crossing over point. It pays to explore Hyrule Castle. There are definitely shortcuts that if you're willing to poke around each and every passage, you will eventually find something. I know one of these is like fake. Slash, like you can break it. It's so nice of you to find me, Mr. Lizalthos. I think we're heading to, like, the dining area. I'm pretty sure that's where we're headed. And then we're gonna whip out this thing and just do a shattering there. Is there a... I know you can, like, hover over this. Don't think so. Oh, yeah, no, never mind. We do see that. It's right there. That should open up this shortcut. Yeah, if you guys see Malice eyeballs, take them out. If you're playing through this for yourself. You'll save yourself a lot of time that way. It's just like in the Divine Beasts. You want to make sure you're paying attention and you're taking out the Malice eyeballs. Nice ancient arrows. We definitely spent less than 3 recently. We spent more than 3 overall, but definitely less than 3 as far as, like, this is concerned. Okay. Yeah, I see you over there. Okay, so if we turn it over this way... We've got the one that's like... So there's the first guard's house. That looks like... Yeah, okay, that... The one I'm thinking of is outside. We needn't worry about that. Unless we just want to. I mean, we might as well get it out of the way, and then that's one less Korok seed to worry about. Okay, we got that one. So the ones we're missing are... We got the offering plate. So it's like, it's this one right underneath the guardhouse, which if I were to look is, it's this one. And when we emerged out here. So I'm thinking maybe it's still in the interior. Somewhere should be the dining hall entrance. I want to say it's one of these like left or right hand turns. Maybe this one? Ah, no. Okay, but if we look... Nice. And this puts us underneath the study. Yep, there's her study. We don't need to be here. But we have unlocked a couple of useful passages. I believe there's also one along the wall here. Like on this level that is like somewhat useful.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
Thank you, Rivali. We love you, Rivali. Ah, yes. That should open up some stuff. Shard of Dinral's Fang. This shard fell from the red spirit Dinral's Fang. It's exceptionally hard. It's impossible to process, but it could be used as a material for something. I've not heard of the shard. Like I know that it's part of the Fang and it's usable as a monster part, but I've never actually used a Dinral's Fang or shard of the Fang anywhere. Ah, yes. Probably... It can stand here. We don't have to, like, exasperate stamina. And this particular path would be how you get to the Korok there. Can we blow this up or like light it on fire? No. I know there's like a area further below this that we could like... What I'm gonna do is like put this here. No, you can't blow that up. I do think the area underneath this can't, like, there's like a malice eyeball that's there. And that can like go up. That can like, you know, open up the area is what I was trying to say. And then we get back into the lockup area. So I guess if we head this way, I think there will be this might be even the offering area. Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay. Yep. Still mapping out everything. There's a couple of stubborn Korok seeds, but I do think we're making progress. Slowly. Okay, so we have these openings out. And then we're right back to the dilemma we had earlier. See, I've been here before. I think I've even done everything before. And I still have issues. It's not uncommon for there to be hiccups in and around Hyrule Castle. It's a hard place to explore. You also got guardians breathing down your neck. Or you have silver level enemies that make things also difficult for you. Or, you know, if you're playing this in master mode, hopefully you're not having much difficulty, but like, you know, master mode is difficult. Okay, so it's like... Oh, you know what? I think I know where it is. I think I know exactly where that particular Korok is. It keeps saying it's a rock pile. Or like a hanging acorn. I think I know where it is. Just gotta make sure I'm paying attention to my map here. There's a little hole right there. Pretty sure the acorn is dangling from that somewhere. Okay, so this would be the first guardhouse. Or first gatehouse. Excuse me. I had a coney again today. And so I'm more belchy than ever. Who here likes a good chili cheese coney? I mean, my guts hate me, but... Okay, are we in the right... We're not quite in the right ballpark. It's the acorn hanging out of here. That'd be the thing I'm thinking about is there be an acorn, it'd be hanging up through here. Let's try. Nope, just drop. Like we have to like get it in one fluid motion. And why is there a wind suddenly blowing? That's cool. I totally didn't ask. only thing I could think of. Where else could a hole be? Yeah, like, this is a fine map, but if you're trying to, like, get detail, it's not really gonna work. And we still haven't even gotten out of the castle yet. Hold on, I'm gonna look this up. I want to be sure I'm getting it right. I feel like I'm just misinterpreting something, and it's either like... It's either in the interior and I just haven't gone through the correct tunnel, or it's in the exterior, like, you know, like outside, and I've just not found it yet. Okay. I'm barking up the wrong tree. It is inside the castle, which is what I thought at first, and then I kind of like kept second guessing myself. Back to the ancient set. Thank you very much. So it's likely going to be in this, like, tunnel area, like this passage, pretty specifically. Let me just try bashing into some walls here. I don't think anything will come of it, but I'm gonna try anyway. Okay, so we have this part would lead us through the outside. Let me just take a look around here. And not, you know, too long. You know what? I think I know. I think I've got an idea anyway. Let's go back around and go, like, up front. So there's an opening up here we can use. Like where we got the, where we had to shoot the really far away balloon. Yeah, it's that one. I'm trying to think about how, like, where else could we go? Drop down and around, like underneath the second gatehouse? It's like the only other thing I can personally think of is just... Yeah, I thought that would be an issue. Yes, it's specifically this. It's the dining hall. Like, our our paths go through the dining hall, so... No, I don't think so. Yeah, this is also an area that you should typically be on high alert with the dining room. There, you can be ambushed out of nowhere with the enemies here. You can be ambushed if you're not paying attention and don't position right to avoid ambushes from one side or the other of the dining hall. Let me go over to the dining hall, actually. Okay, so going through here will definitely at least unlock one of these spots for us. I think it's definitely going to be that front-facing entrance this time. If you were hurting for whole birds or like other poultry, you will be able to have your lion's fill or lion's share here. So after we use this stone smasher, we'll have another one we can use. Isn't that just fantastic? Okay, so anything at the dining hall? Not particularly, other than like the melted ice block. So yeah, I suppose now we just have to kind of go through here. Everything you could ever want. It's too bad none of the food will actually respawn, though. Like any of the loose items or the stuff that you see in barrels and crates, yeah, that's not coming back. At least not without a blood moon, and even then, I don't think it would be coming back. Okay, let's head this way first. I think now we're probably due to eat some movement speed after we've... actually, not necessarily. Yep, no, we're good. We're good. We can keep going. Nope, that's still here. Don't try to shield surf in here. You will ruin your shield doing this. Guaranteed. Don't even think about it. Like, ice arrows are great. They're fantastic. Excellent for bullying, like, single target enemies and... Or just, like, single enemies in general. And then you're free to, like, you know... You're free to shatter them or shock them to your heart's content. It's fantastic. Alright. So, we've got everything but that particular one. Why? That might be why? Hello, welcome back, NK. It's been a long time. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and spirit, and hope you enjoy your stay. Let's read. Long time no see. Indeed. I wasn't able to see much of the streams because you focused on school. I'm glad you've progressed far in school. Let me say that first and foremost. I'm glad that see that you've progressed far in this game. Yep, we are winding down the Koroks, and then we can begin on DLC 1. It's really going to be quite the adventure. I can't wait. It's nice to be on the downswings of having to deal with all this tedium. Hopefully school hasn't been super stressful for you. I hope that, or I shouldn't say I hope it hasn't been stressful. I hope it hasn't given you more stress than you can handle. That is what I should say. Ooh, hello, Thunderblade. All right. But that does nothing to solve our other blockade problem, though. Yeah, I hope you've gotten a lot of good experiences or character divining experiences from your time with school and everything. I think that might just be a permanent blockade. Okay, but that shouldn't stop me from collecting these other Koroks. What gives? It's specifically the one next to the gatehouse that is just like a consistent, constantly nagging problem. To deal with. And the time is ticking down. May need to get those 10 Koroks later. I really don't want to... I mean, I guess I could go an extra hour, right? Like, I did say I would try to push, and I did mean that, but I'm also thinking about the fact that I'm supposed to receive packages in, like, I guess an hour and 9 minutes, and I don't want to have to, like, quickly pause the stream, or, like, you know, quickly take an ad break, go grab the stuff, then come back, and then awkwardly sit there and wait for dinner to cool off. Tough balancing act. At least today, anyway. Okay, so let's figure out like the next open spot we need to try to like deal with. I guess that would be over toward this opening. I hope there have been no misadventures with the school. But misadventures are also character growth, so, I mean, 6 in one hand, half a dozen on the other, right? Well, hello, Sir Guardian. Nice of your rusty, old, dilapidated corpse to join us. It's like definitely that hole. There's a couple of these holes we still haven't been in yet. I intend to change that. Alright. I definitely want to be moving quickly. Oh, and for, like, just for anybody who's wondering, anytime we have to go, like, grinding for, like, powerful weapons, this is just the library again. Like, we could drop into the library, but what do we get out of it? Nothing. Although this isn't really quite the correct hole. Make sure I'm not missing chat anywhere. Okay. Just had to make sure. Yeah, grabbing these Koroks, I definitely put out I definitely rationed my entire day to work toward doing that. It's like, so we have the one at the port, which brings us to the library. So then there's definitely like a hole here. No, get back up there, Link. I knew that getting the Koroks was going to be difficult. Not all of them have been difficult. Most of them have been, you know, with a little bit of help because, you know, I can't be arsed to, you know, like, feel around for every random rock. Like, I did ration my time, for a day full of Koroks, of trying to find them. But even so, I fear that that day of rationing was not enough. Even with my prior memory and everything, it still just wasn't enough. And there's also still the matter of this door being blocked as well. Let me just try something. Yeah, I didn't think so. What's left? What have I not done? I mean, the stuff closer to the castle for a start. The Undercroft, I've also not done that. Yeah, I could think of a few things. Just doing them's hard. The home stretch. Exactly, NK. Exactly. And really, we still... The Hyrule Castle Koroks, I've been told, are by far the hardest ones to get. We still have 10 random ones we missed in the process of, like, roaming around Hyrule that we just did not get for whatever reason. It's those 10 I'm going to feel really upset about the next time. These are like, well, they're frustrating, but that's the experience. It's the 10 I definitely should have grabbed while I was also still using a much more accurate, like, a much more usable map. Like, I should have gotten those. Oh well, such is life. You can't always... And I guess this is like a good time to maybe mention for anyone listening in. So like the 3 apple trees one, not probably so much those. I'd have to like leave Hyrule to whip out that particular map. Thanks, Nintendo. It's probably like the random go lift a rock in this location or this thing you looked over. Like, I don't know which 10 I'm missing. I've like safely eliminated Akala, Eldin, the Gerudo Desert. And I'm pretty sure I have also eliminated Hebra and Tabantha. So I've narrowed down the scope of where I think the missing 10 are, but I still have to, like, do the looking. What I might do, and this is just to, not take up more time than necessary. What I will do, let me commit to it, is I will, like, mark these off screen if at all possible, and then we'll go around and collect the 10 that are outside this castle. We got 8 in the castle we gotta find. One of them has just been very stubborn, and I just haven't gone in the correct, like, sub-area yet. It's the one where you have to... it's the one where you unlock an air vent. I don't know if this is in Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, but there is a jar you have to smash in the castle. Do you possibly know that one or have it? Jar. I haven't smashed a jar for that. Let me look at the ones I know I definitely haven't collected in Hyrule Castle. Like the ones that I'm aiming towards. There's one where I've got an ice block. There is a hanging acorn and the stray lights at the second gatehouse. I haven't collected those. There is a hanging acorn that I've been trying to get next to the first gatehouse. There is some sort of goal ring. That one I do remember from, it's toward the top. And then there's like the top of the sanctum. And then there's like two somewhere else. Was that? There are actually two Koroks. I take that back. It's not necessarily a jar, but like a piece of pottery, or it might be an acorn. Yes, we've been trying to hunt for acorns. Those have been not fun to try to find. I guess for now to like make some progress and like get the ones I know for sure. Let's go ahead to the second gatehouse because there's definitely fairy lights that are at the top of those, like guaranteed. And that'll also definitely narrow down the Koroks that we have yet to get that I'm struggling with. But yeah, there. According to the map, there are exactly 2 left out of the 25 that I've counted. Where's this? Oh, you're above me. No, that wasn't a surprise at all. Alright, so our second gatehouse is like right up here. And maybe this like second hanging acorn will also be readily apparent when we get to the second gatehouse, which is like back here. Out of curiosity, has school left you much time for... You said you were focusing on it, NK, but did you have, you know, at least some time to yourself to do things you wanted to do? Or was it put your nose to the grindstone the whole time? Everyone has different levels of focus when it comes to that, specific activity, I find. Okay, there's... the acorn right outside, like the drawbridge to the second gatehouse. Okay, it's not that one. It might be the other one. Where's the Malice eyeball? It's like around here somewhere. It might be up top. Ooh, goodie bags. Give me. What do we have in here? Little bit, but since we were in the region where the hurricanes hit, time was extended until May 29 instead of the usual May 23rd. Yikes. I'm sorry that you've been impacted by severe weather. That sucks. Hopefully nobody got hurt. Or, like, injuries were minimal. I know recently, as far as, like, concerning weather, there has been... Oh, there it is. No, not the ancient arrow. Don't spend that, please. Hello. I'm sorry, what? It must have not been open or whatever. Do I have to be in there? I have to be in there, don't I? That's fine, I guess. What was I saying? Supercells. Right, there were a couple of supercells. Was it in the Alabama area? No, it was further out than that. But I think there were like several dozen people killed due to like a supercell spawning. Rough. So I hope like nothing that severe in terms of weather, just, you know, water damage, misplaced homes, that sort of thing. Property is replaceable. Lives are not. Not by a long shot. I'm not headed toward the correct direction. Let's fix that.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Okay, so our lovely friend, the Acorn, is like somewhere over here. Not under the bridge. That would have been too easy, I guess. It's not like hanging around somewhere else. Yeah, these are very frustrating. I almost feel like they're in the basement level rather than outside. That I can at least get the guaranteed Korok that I know is up here. Thank you for some easy progress. Finally. Worst part is I haven't updated the counter in a little bit, and I've been so absorbed in trying to find these two specific Koroks that whether or not the count is accurate is something I hadn't even thought about in quite a bit of time. Let's come in here and get this over with. Nice. Okay, and that's the second one, and we just got to get rid of all these. Too bad it doesn't burn these. Get out of here. My goodness. Who said you could lunge that far? Okay, now that we're doing this, I'll go ahead and use the attack food. And that should get this over with a little bit faster. What? Run. Wow, that did not last long. that did not last long. That's fine, I suppose. Okay, so we got the one at the top. It's literally this one that's like a hanging acorn, and I have no idea how I'm supposed to get it. So what it's telling me, according to the coordinate map, it's telling me it's above the, like above here. And like somewhere here, which I know can't be right. Because I'm at that rough spot on the map, and it's just not hanging there. All I could think of is that it's this like spot underneath the yeah, it actually might be this spot under the gatehouse. All right, let me try out a couple of things. Except there's no way to get to that from there. What? But that's the only spot where it can be. Oh my god, this is so obnoxious. Is it hidden in one of like the hole, like the chains there? That would be one spot I can think of. That would be like very mean, but I guess not. What about... I'm trying to, like, these would be considered some of the last Koroks to get anyway. So here I am thinking that it's probably in some obscure nook I've not looked in yet. And I might... Oh, this is frustrating. Let's try maybe this. Nope, of course not. I know what the map is telling me. I'm operating counter to what the coordinate map is saying, and that's kind of a pointless endeavor. For now, let's go around and see if we can't find this ice block to melt, because we already found the one on... No, not this way, it's this way. We already found the one that's, you know, on the battlement. We just gotta find the ice block. And that's like definitely around this corner. But I don't know if it's external or not. Nope. I just wasted 2 arrows on that. That's not good. Okay, there's something weird here, but the ice block would be Methinks there's there's like a tunnel underneath this, and that's what we're needing to find. Sorry if I'm not being super chatty. I'm trying to like focus. That's kind of a very hard thing for me. I've always struggled with multitasking. Thank you, Urbosa. Much appreciated. Just make sure we've like unlocked the mouse along the way. So it could be like in here and not move to watch this on your PlayStation so you can set up your Switch. That's cool. I hope the installation or setup for that goes well. Okay. It's obviously not this, but you know, had to try. It's definitely like underneath where this is. Because if I look at the coordinate for this, coordinate says -100. It's basically like -101, 131, -979.75, 0.75. What I don't know is if I think I had instructions on this. I'm trying to remember if the X coordinate is listed first or like the Z coordinate is listed first. But that should tell me what level this is on. And I want to say it's like there's a block of ice like underneath this on like the second or first tier. That's what would make the most sense to me. You just got to find the holes where this is at. The map certainly has its flaws. Oh, but then I suppose I should say, you know, for anyone who's thinking, you know, even if you've got, like, assistance, it's like getting these things is not easy. You're often doubling and tripling back. You're not sure if you needed to unlock something held off by a malice eyeball checkpoint. You're not 100% sure of that. Yeah, I know some veterans have definitely kind of lost their way around some of this stuff before. Okay, so yeah, this is the dining hall. And okay, I'm making sure this is pointed correctly. So it would be this gap, like right here, like right between the crack in the battlement, or like the opening in the battlement. That's the thing I could think of. I just had to orient myself. I do wish that guardian would stop falling. Please don't tell me it's up here. That would be super mean. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, keep going, keep going. Find the crack, find the opening. Just probably up here. Just using my map. Like, the map is useful. It's just, it's not as useful as it could be. There are better maps.
Daruk's protection is now ready to roll.
Thank you, Daruk. Probably like over here, and there's like a block of ice here somewhere. An ancient arrow. Okay, that the sting of missing with one of the ancient arrows hurts a bit less. Okay, so it's not here. It almost feels like there's something behind one of these waterfalls. I see. I'm like, And that would be the library. Like, as I'm looking at it, I'm looking at, like, the tier with the library. And there's, like, the block of ice has to be behind where the... Yeah, the block of ice has to be behind the Malice Eyeball gate. That has to be where it is. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. Which means... It's not the port, like... This back spot, like, right here. There's a couple of back gates I'm pretty sure I've either not been or I've kind of, like, sailed around or what have you. Let's get the correct protection on. Concentrating. Oh yeah, here's a passage. Not the correct thing I wanted to use. Yeah, here's one of them. Here's like the East Passage. We haven't been in here yet. Which means I'm gonna try walking down the passage first. And also we can collect goodies this way. But there might be like something tucked inside one of the passageways here. Yep. Like if we look at this. Ah, found it. Yes, I knew in my heart of hearts I was missing something. I couldn't figure out what it was. I kept trying all the obvious pathways over and over. And of course, it was someplace I hadn't been yet. So let's melt some ice, shall we? It'll be one of these. Ooh, I don't know if that's gonna work. We'll try. I don't think it's gonna work, though. I think the water is gonna put it out immediately. Or... Oh, I know what we can do. We can drop the log, like the wood in first. I'm sorry. Oh, except we need to do it with both at the same time. Okay. Yep. And now we should probably be able... Never mind. I'm not never mind. I need to do it better is what it is. Yeah, that does not work. Okay, we need to use fire arrows here. No exceptions. That's fine. Worth a try. Okay. So the one in the East Passage is done. And with any luck, we can get underneath the gatehouse. And there will be a hanging... There will be a acorn lying around somewhere. That's what would make the most sense. Is this a talus? Oh, I forgot about this. Nice. Okay, it's this one on the back. Stop climbing, Link. Hey there, Razby. Good to see ya. Welcome back. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. And I hope you enjoy your stay. We are trying to eke out the last few Koroks that are here. It has not been an easy proposition. There are some that are in very confusing locations, and to make the matter worse, our map looks like this, which is a great 3D map. There's no way to put any kind of waypoints on this. There's no way to, like, you can tell where you are, but that's about it. Forget marking objects anywhere on this. So, having to cross-reference a map and being kind of unable to keep tally on things is fairly frustrating. Razby, the players on Twitch, says, I wanted to join earlier, but was doing some really nerdy stuff. Ooh, what nerdy stuff were you doing? If and you don't mind my asking. We do not have a 5-shot bow. Might have to go farming for Lionel's for that one. Let's grab one of these, like, 3-shot bows. How much math do you know? Probably less than I actually should. It's more like I know some basic math and I've got, like, smatterings of some other math. And do I know what a Mesa optimizer is? Definitely not. Okay, is our lovely acorn friend somewhere in here? So far, no. Ooh, but there's our lovely friend, the Malice Eyeball. I'm more than willing to learn, though, if you feel up to explaining. If not, no big deal. Okay, so we're here at the library. This is what that whole opening led to. Is like way down there. And there's just nothing. That was just like a quarry. That was a fun little excursion. And I have nothing else to show. Okay. Think. Yeah, that's like a larder type area. And we had the drop down to... Nope. No, that's not correct. It's like this is like the port area, and there's a little subsection with like the extra quarry in it. Yeah. Don't know. To put into perspective how complicated it is actively really difficult to put into simple words. That's fair. I can look up what a Mesa optimizer is later, and I can tell you if I understand it or not. Or like I have some mangled understanding of what it is, rather than making you attempt to twist to contort your words in ways in which you might not be familiar with, or ways in which I would be able to parse the meaning of. It would be better if I looked it up. That, of course, comes after the frustrating experience of both of these specific acorn Koroks. Like, basically, a Mesa optimizer is receiving arbitrary constraints like numbers or conditions. Okay. And it tells you if a solution is possible and also what a potential solution is. And it is able to explain or check implications. Oh, so it's like it's like a deep research machine? I think I've heard not exactly something like this in the news or anything, but I was watching like math tuber content slash like science tuber content. I believe there was it Matt Parker? Might be Matt Parker, who explained that a new prime number had been found, and the way they were able to do that. No, it wasn't a new prime number. It was shape packing. There were researchers that were able to use, like, I don't know if recursive modeling is the right word, but it's where they have an AI that goes through, like, you feed it a prompt, and it looks for the solution to optimal shape packing. And then you have an AI or another algorithm that automates the prompting process. And by virtue of automating the prompting process, you're able to get like decimal level improvements to shape packing. Like being able to pack squares or like hexagons inside a hexagon or something, or circles in a square, that apparently if you were to modify or change the radii and make it random, the algorithm was able to get like a 0.63 or 0.69 improvement in like the small average radii, where the smaller the average radii, the better. And also how many different unique radii are also present in the square. Stuff like that. The short version is that you're trying to combine Z3, a powerful Mesa optimizer made by Google like 9 years ago, with reinforcement learning, right, machine learning, got that part, the basics of it. And with a symbolic calculator, you can apply it to a desktop automation and see if you can teach it a combination similar to that or like that to operate a computer. Oh, so a computer operating another computer? Is that what we're driving at here? It's very interesting stuff. I'll definitely have to look more. I want to make sure I'm not like mapping what I'm thinking and saying like to what you're talking about and saying it's correct. It's definitely not. I will do my homework and make sure I've not mapped something different to what you're saying. Regular automation does that, but there's something different this time. The titular word I've been hearing a lot of lately. Potentially very optimized exploration of certain things. That sounds right. Okay, let's get the... I already got the one that was a random rock pile, so the ones that are left are the 3 above the castle sanctum, and the 2 But that would mean I'm missing more somehow. This is very frustrating. It's like I'm trying to whittle down these last few Koroks, and it's... Ugh. Infuriating. I wish you could quantify... wish you could quantify it, but you're still researching. If there's a thing you want to express. You're no genius or whatever, and you're certainly not doing rocket science. No, my fine friend. You're doing computer science. Which one might argue you need to be a genius to do, but I'm being humorous, dryly so. At least I'm trying. At least I'm exercising what I think is dry humor anyway. But it does seem like there weren't really people combining 23 or Z3 reinforcement learning and a symbolic calculator. Probably not. That is so hyper specific that I'm sure there are other like proprietary recursive models or like machine learning models that no one's bothered to look at yet. That's usually a good chunk of the issue, and like the higher end sciences, you've got proprietary this and that, and unfortunately, when you're stuck on using the proprietary stuff, sometimes you miss. Sometimes you can, miss the forest for the trees, and you miss the stuff you can get by using generic software. Specificity and propriety is great as long as you're trying to advance something particular with it, but it sounds like what you're doing is definitely time to put on the climbing gear. No, wait for the energy to come back. Be responsible, Link. And I should also be responsible. There we go. You don't really know what you're searching for? Ah, a field expedition. Even better. I want to attempt to teach it to implement some features you have to implement in work. Of course, that makes a lot of sense. That it certainly explains the motivations for things. Do you know what a symbolic calculator is? I don't. I get the feeling I'm about to learn momentarily. I've heard of other calculators. Obviously, it's not what the words mean in English. It's something specific. As I've said before, I'm willing to learn. Really? Really, game? Come on. I actually probably didn't have that spot on, so it's whatever. Okay, we actually... Nah, there's no possible way this is what it is. There's no possible way that there are hanging acorns here. Absolutely not. Okay, we got the one at the corner. So yeah, the next ones up on that list are actually at the castle entrance. The key to playing through Hyrule Castle, everybody, is to just be prepared. Be prepared to, turn on a moment's notice and react to whatever is targeting you. How familiar am I with the Socratic method? If I have to think about it, the answer is probably, I'm probably not familiar. Let me do you a favor and look that up so you're not trying to tell me what that is. That I feel like that would be a very boring part of the conversation. Let me not use the AI overview. Thank you very much. Form of argumentative dialogue between individuals based on asking and answering questions. Okay, well, the method. Let me see if I can get like a... So, okay. So, according to Wikipedia, not a great source, but it's a source nonetheless. So, a thesis is asserted, and then there's a test for whether the thesis is false. So whether or not what you're asserting has any like merit or truth to it, and as well as what are the targets for refuting it. Let's see. And then I guess what the third step is I'm trying to like make sure I've read this correctly. Do I know what axioms are? Yeah, they're not exactly immutable laws in mathematics, but axioms are so true. They're kind of like a law of the universe. They're very hard to refute. And a lot of the foundations of mathematics are based on the axioms that came before it. One such axiom has to do with like set theory. Right, yes. Moreover, it's just something that you assert to be true, and it becomes the foundation later. Or you wouldn't know how to disprove it even if you wanted to. Welcome back, NK Plays, welcome back from YouTube, and welcome to Twitch. Hopefully you've been doing well. We were just talking about something, fairly complicated. I'm going to guess that you're about to connect the Socratic method with axioms. Oh, so the Socratic method, I guess if I were to distill that in a couple of sentences, it's like you're seeing if there is a weak point in your opponent's argument. You get your opponent to agree with your proposition, and then you negate what they have to say. You show that this claim that they've made is in fact not true, and the reverse of it is true. And of course, what the reverse of that is, or the negation of that is, depends on the claim being made. Okay, I think I've got a basic understanding of that. And of course, that's how it's framed in how Socrates did things, but I think it's like in modern critical thinking classes. The Socratic method is like a very well-taught debate method. It's just unfortunate that it's not exactly... It's useful, nobody does it. Or nobody that wants to keep, like, a relationship does it that often. Rasby says, essentially imagine a system that starts with logical propositions and then applies epistemology and critical thinking on information to process information. Right, it examines the feed, right? It examines what you fed the algorithm or the program, and then makes tweaks. It's automating that next step of the workflow, more or less. Okay, we have to like head up here. So what is... Okay, so what I'm looking for is like either a ring, or I'm looking for like a platform or something along those lines. That would be what we're trying to do. I hope I don't accidentally fall in here. That would be very, 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 very upsetting. I guess that would mean that we get like the normal ending, and I guess that is something we could show. On the other hand, though, I know we're definitely trying to shoot for the good ending, and we need all the memories to do that. Speaking of, how many memories do we actually have? Are we literally just missing memory number 12? I think we're literally just missing memory number 12. That looks like... It's not the gate. It's not Hateno. It's something else. That almost looks like an Akalin forest. But I should be focusing on Koroks right now, and not this. Let's see. The most Rasby on Twitch says the most condensed way you can describe it is that, let's say you want to implement a feature on display. A recursive learning algorithm, I think that I've got that correct, will make attempts and see how close it gets. Explores. And what you propose is an algorithm that receives data and reinforcement learning. Okay, sorry. Got the correction, thanks. So a reinforcement learning algorithm would make attempts and see how close it gets. What you propose is an algorithm that receives data and models things and essentially thinks its way out of something to try, or a plan on how to do it. So thinking. It's what we humans would do. So moving the solving part from trial and error and pattern matching to concrete logical understanding and self-thinking. A very taxing activity that most humans can only spare so much energy for. Yeah, it would be good if that were optimized for an AI. Alright, I feel like I'm missing something here. Is there like a path to this? Yeah, okay. No, that's what it is. I see it's right there. So, here is the final portion of Hyrule Castle. Just underneath here, you guys can see it on the actual 3D map schematic thing, but that orange dot is the final boss. We could do it right now, and we would absolutely get the bad ending, period. Just full stop. You could technically do this at 3 hearts with only the best weapons that you can find in the castle, and nary a memory or a visit to a divine champion or power or anything. Is it super rough? Yeah. Does it require loads of grinding? Yes, but you can do it. You can do it. Yeah, implementing critical thinking and usage of a Mesa optimizer to train neural network algorithms to learn desktop navigation and usage. So how to operate a computer and solve things on said computer given a set of guidelines or circumstances. If I were to try to put this in as broad a terms as possible while still maintaining what this thing is, if it's critically thinking and exploring problems, then it is looking for problems to solve, or it is looking for problems that fit a set parameter to solve and look for solutions of. This seems pretty similar to what I was watching Matt Parker talk about with the shape packing thing. I know it's not the same thing, but it feels pretty close, where it's the particular algorithms were not sent to go find a problem. The researchers had a very specific old theorem they wanted to, or old sets of problems that have solutions, and they wanted to make those solutions better. Yeah, I can't constrain the search area. Operating a computer is already probably done and way better with neural networks' regular methods, but you just find it super cool to see if you can scale up a symbolic understanding. You really enjoy your computer science. I admire that. It's good to have passion for things. Because unlike neural networks, symbolic understanding is actually explainable. It is not a black box. Black box. What do you mean by black box, if and you don't mind my asking? Okay, and then these are... One of these are light, and another is a stationary balloon. Okay, one of these is probably like... One of these is definitely like inside the observation tower, and the other is on top for sure. You could theoretically even interject in between such steps or complement existing steps. Black Box is a program that works, but you have no idea how or why. Neural networks on anything but a super small scale are a black box, and LLMs are a very black box. Yeah, we kind of just put these programs together and didn't understand the parts before doing so. Yeah, that's awful. Well, it's not awful. I guess it's kind of, you know, it definitely has the makings of science gone wrong. Like, that's for sure. At least me personally. Because you really want to avoid scientific concepts being in a black box if you can at all help it. Okay, we definitely don't want to fall down there. It is game over if we do that. In fact, just in case, I'm going to save so that if we need to reload, we can reload. Oh, I didn't think I'd be able to do that. All right. And then we'll find where the balloon is. There's definitely lots of stuff that is understood, but the why and what training data leads to what, it's just very calibrated trial and error. Okay. Still find that dangerous, but definitely could be worse. But there's like a definite repeatability problem. Or if you were to try to explain that back to someone, like how it all works, there would definitely be. It's what. Like, we have a similar thing in like the other hard sciences. It's called a singularity. We call things singularities or phenomena in the sciences when we don't understand exactly how something works. The inside of a black hole is a good example of what we call a singularity. It's a really fancy scientific word for, I don't know what the hell is happening in there. We have some idea. We know that gravity is basically near infinite in there. And that, you know, bifurcation is essentially a never finished process. Or spaghettification, excuse me, not bifurcation, spaghettification. It's essentially an ongoing process inside of a black hole. Let me find a, where is this? It's generally not a good thing when a scientist uses a word that's a fancy word for I don't know what the hell this is. It's not a good thing. And things like singularity and phenomena make the sciences appear more nebulous than they really are, or it leads to the accusation of people coming up with words to sound really smart. Regarding symbolic stuff, so you can interject or be assisted by such Z3-based programs. So you could think out a series of steps to execute a task, and the program could fill in the next steps or fill in templates and recompute and pull back the info, or recompute other aspects. Interesting. Yeah, I suppose that really is the wild, like the frontier of the sciences is how to automate the thinking process, or to put it a different way, get the machines to do what we can only spend so much energy to do ourselves. I think it's cool stuff. I just also worry about the ethics of this. I'm saying I think the ethics of working on such processes is not something a whole lot of people do enough. I'm not accusing any one specific person of that. But we wouldn't be in the messes we are in with AI unless people either A, didn't give a damn about the ethics to start with, or B, thought that, well, we can do it right. So if we can do it right, then it's a non-problem. Okay, let's figure out where this balloon frickin' is. Well, I can at least get that, because the Korok seeds are going to be... The acorns are going to be we need to come back and figure out... I need to... Oh, no, that is just the thing for the spire. I'm almost quite sure. Yeah, that's that platform right there. So 432. If only I had some way to like confirm coordinates. Essentially, this opens up the window to assisted brainstorming. Yeah, that's kind of what I was grasping at. That, I apologize for stepping away abruptly, but I do need to go check out what's at the door. I think it'll be no more than like 30 seconds. I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. My folks are off to a meeting tonight, so pizza was ordered. I had to come, get that from them and put that on the counter until I'm ready to have it. It's a margarita. Your old boy Coin's been having issues with tomatoes lately, so I've been trying to have less tomatoes. And I know margarita pizzas typically have tomatoes, but I was able to sub out the tomatoes. So it's like a margarita light style pizza. I'm looking forward to it. Let me finish reading the previous message. Yeah, assisted brainstorming. That's what I was grasping at before. Assisted learning and assisted steps that are converted back into concrete action that could be executed with utmost and extreme certainty and with safety and precision and stuff. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. And you know, the computer, like computers can typically think through a lot. Like unless we've written down or found some way to like memorize all the safety procedures, there's going to be some things that we might overlook, and a computer can help with help recall all that. Okay, so I'm trying to like make sense of this. It's like either it's gotta be like up here on like this second level. It's the only thing that makes sense. Ooh, what I could do, at least to kind of like show it off, could wear this diamond circlet. It's not quite the same, you don't get an aptitude bonus, but it's a pretty wreath-looking circlet thing. I jest. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's literally up here. Oh, but I don't know how to get to that. Oh, yes I do. Yes I do. I know how to get to that. That's gonna require the climbing gear. There we go. With climbing gear, anything is possible. It's literally this... Oh, I thought it was the spell. It is not. It is instead this lovely little balloon. Hey, got it all figured out. So now the only ones that are left... No, that's not what I wanted to do. Thanks, though, left hand. So the ones I need to figure out that are left over are the acorn, the hanging acorns that are in the first and second gatehouses. For whatever reason, I'm having issues trying to get those. And the first and second gatehouses, in case anyone's looking at this map, are these like hexagonal or octagonal structures that kind of have a connecting road between them. Yeah, we're missing those. And that's pretty much the only ones we're missing, I might add. We've gotten everything else. We got the one in Zelda's room. We got the one in, like, the guard's chamber. We got the ones that were pretty much on top of all the buildings. It is literally just the acorn, the hanging acorn, Korok seeds. Let's see if I can't quickly get to these by looking them up. If I can't get to them quickly without, you know, watching a video or something, we'll call it here. I'll go back to a shrine, get the final count for Korok seeds, and then what I'll do is I will mouse over, or I will like go over the entire map for the next stream, and we'll get the remaining however many we have. I think it might be 15. It's either 15 or like 17 Korok, like 15 or 12, excuse me. It's one of those. Okay. Okay, so I can use ZeldaDungeon.net. Let's see if... Okay, so within a corridor underneath the first waterfall, just south of the first gatehouse, and this leads to an entrance into the guard's chamber. The gates are blocked, but you can use Cronus. Okay. This is the first one. So it's like out this way. So there's the second guardhouse. Right. The second one's actually like... First one's like over here. And we're talking about... Yeah, so we're talking about the one we were in earlier, like the one underneath this. Like I was looking at it right the first time, and we just somehow missed what this was. Okay, let's drop down. I don't think there's anything back here. Yeah, okay, I didn't think it was here. It's gonna be somewhere else. We know we have to use Cryonis to get past this. Okay, so there's like a hallway I haven't found yet. Ah! Yep, it's this one. Okay, so this is the guard's chamber. And now I need to look at the second one. I don't know how I missed these, but we're gonna explore the dining room first, or the guard's chamber first, because this might actually, you know, unlock some shortcuts for us. Might as well put this here, and that'll keep this open for us. Ah! There is a Ooh, how do I want to tackle this one? Probably one of these. And then we'll just use... Oh, the edge of duality is gone. Okay. Okay. So that solves that problem. And now we have to get up here. That part shouldn't be too difficult. There are probably a ton of ways you could do this. I have seen some people just blow up the literal beams. I've seen some people shoot arrows to knock out particular beams. These boots are part of the uniform for Hyrule's Royal Guard. They're a fine blend of style and function and a rather rare find. Thank you, but no thank you. And I know that the moblin down there can hear me. He can hear himself as far as I'm concerned. Hyrule Castle is also a great place to take pictures of like weapons and stuff. If you haven't been diligent, Hyrule Castle has access to a lot of stuff. That is definitely worth your while to take snaps of. Okay. Down there is definitely one of those. Let's... And you're gone. Boy, that sure didn't take long. How about that, Ooh, do I need to drop the claymore? I don't think so. Yeah, we already got it. But I never took a picture of a royal claymore? Well, we fixed that. See, this is what I was talking about. If you haven't been diligent in taking photos of things for the compendium, doing that is a good idea. You never know what you might be missing out on. This ultimate Lionel shield is used only by the white-haired Lionels. That might be a get rid of a weak shield moment. Like, say, a knight's shield. I'm pretty sure inside the guards' quarters is supposed to be the rest of the Royal Guard set. I'm pretty sure that's required for a quest for later, so we might as well have a good look around and make sure we haven't missed anything. Cases in point, make sure you look around. Take snaps of things that you hadn't before. Shard of Nadris Fang. This shard fell from the blue spirit Nadris Fang. It's much harder than any metal, so it's impossible to process, yet rumors say it can be used as a material for something. If only it could be used for making weapons and armor, because it seems like dragon fangs make excellent weapon and armor material, but that is missed potential from this game. Very missed potential. I suppose we have just one more. Although I am curious as to what happens if you blow all these up, so we're gonna do that. With a single shot bow. And another one. So this was mostly just a way to, like, get rid of a bunch of mooks at once if you needed to do that. We don't need to do that. We're good. All right, now for this second acorn. So we're headed to the dining hall. Continue walking, directly head along the stone pathway and take the first left. Bombable wall, left side. And I apparently have just missed this, like the whole time. Let's eat some haste food and get this done and dusted quickly. And then after we're done with this, I'm still going to mouse over things in the castle and just make sure we have all of these Korok seeds. I don't want to have to do this again. I will if I need to. I mean, don't get me wrong, but it is certainly not a pastime I necessarily look forward to doing. Ugh, malice damage. Yuck. Okay, it's this entrance hall right here. Okay, so which door? Walk straight ahead. So that's this door. Did I? Oh my god. I can't believe I missed this. I just... sadness. Royal Claymore. Yeah, we might as well look around in here. There are definitely some people. Let's go ahead and do it like this. And here. I'll take a claymore, thank you very much. And a Royal Guard's bow. Yeah, we can take one. Good. I was a little bit worried about that. Definitely this one. Yeah, this one's better. All right. Then we have... And we have... we probably should take all these out with like a blunt weapon as opposed to fire that will literally ruin like half of them. Case in point, we would have literally lost 15 arrows to all this. Absolutely nothing. Any bombable walls up here? No. Nope. Absolutely nothing. Nothing shiny up there either. Just whatever is tucked behind these doors. Trying to think if there's anything left while we're in here. Also, I can't believe I couldn't have... Yeah, we totally could have. Yeah, we absolutely could have. I just can't... I messed that up. I have messed this up so royally, it's not even funny. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. We're going to go back. We're going to leave this area. Yeah, we actually have not used that option. Let's go ahead and leave this area and just see what happens. I'm pretty sure it puts us in front of the gate for Hyrule Castletown. And if that's the case, yeah, we have 891. Oh, that's actually more than I was expecting. Yeah, so if you use this option, it takes you back here. And we can literally check our progress. Just see which ones we've missed. Okay. So we have the 3 out front. We have the 3 near the observation room. We have the acorn that was in a corridor. We have the one above the first gatehouse. We have the one on the battlement. We have... the one over on the no, it was in the lockup, or like near the lockup. We had the one that was outside the study. We had one that was underneath, let's see, we had a rock pile that was underneath the bridge. We had the one in her study. We have the one at the end of the lockup. We have the rock pile or rock cliff that was here. We had the one above the dock. We had the one above the shrine. We had the one that was in the East Passage where we had to melt a bunch of ice. We had that one that was just a rock lift. Then wrapping back around, we have the one on top of the second gatehouse. We had the acorn that was inside the dining hall. We had this one that was another rock pile. Yeah, I'm sorry this took as long as it did, guys. I'm real serious about that. Okay, And then we had the one that was the fly through a ring that was on the Sanctum battlement. And then we had the two that were in the Sanctum observation tower. One was tucked in at the top or not at the top. One was a balloon tucked in where the bell was, and the other was on top of the Sanctum Tower itself. So if I go out, if I zoom all the way out, we actually have all of the ones for Hyrule Castle. I'm almost 100% sure of that. Let me go to the map tower area. Well, let me go to the field map, actually. Yes. So we have all of the ones that are considered to be like in the Hyrule area. Cool. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to call the stream because Coin is super hungry and would like to eat something. I'm going to comb over the remaining sections of the Korok seeds because now we've ruled out the castle. There's nothing in the castle. And we're going to find the last 9 seeds. And then the next thing we're going to do, outside of starting up DLC 1, is we're going to clean up the rest of those shrines. And that means finding the last memory number 12. We'll need to find that. And before proceeding. So we're cleaning up the game. It's nice to come out at the end of this and not have too much more left to do. Like, we have the first DLC, we have the second DLC. We've got upgrading the armor, we've got upgrading the weapons, or not the weapons, we have mini games, we have horse armor, we have the horseback archery we have to do. We have quite a few things that we were going to check out. We're not done yet, but we are starting to narrow things down. And I will go ahead and put that question in our Discord about do you want to see me do X or Y, or would you like me to just show up with a completed file of all this? What the stuff that's actually important. Yeah, this has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. You guys know the algorithmic stuff to do, and additionally, feel free to check out my socials, or my Discord. We do vote on things on the channel, and the Discord is the place where we do that. I apologize for not being as omnipresent in conversation as I could be today. I was really, really, really focused on getting these Korok seeds. I knew they were going to be difficult. I did not realize just how many things I would accidentally look over or, not bother checking out for whatever reason. Oversight happens. But I appreciate everybody's patience with me, and I'm glad that I have the regulars that I do. I really, truly mean that. You guys are the best. Take care of yourselves and stay safe out there, my senators and inductees. You are welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. Whether that be my Discord or my DMs, or, X/Blue Sky. You're more than welcome in any of those spaces. Trans rights or human rights. And with that, take care of yourselves. And goodbye.